Alrighty then. I don't know why I said it like that. I just kind of did. What's up? Howdy, buckaroo. Exactly 1 minute late. Well, you'll all survive. Hey, sorry about the cutout the stream the other day. I think I fixed the OBS. Is OBS good? I think I fixed it. I'm running it in compatibility mode now. It's on Windows 8 compatibility. So I'm hoping that it doesn't crash again. That would be great if it didn't do that. You know? That would be awesome. You came on right as the song I was playing ended. Yeah, I'm spying on you. Roundabout. I was waiting for the song to end on your end to be courteous to you. You're welcome. It's the kind of customer service you don't normally get from live streamers. What's wrong with stream thumbnail? What is wrong with the stream thumbnail? Oh, there is no stream thumbnail. It's just play. Okay, I see. Why is that? That's weird. Edit. Upload thumbnail. Thumbnail 01. Save. Okay, yeah. I don't know why. Sorry. I fixed it. I thought that was on purpose, lol. No, I don't know why it defaulted to that. You know, live streaming is an inexact science, all right? Any news back on the possible Tim Pool Knowles thing? Knowles has not responded, so it's not going to happen. Like, you know, it seemed like it might because one of Tim Pool's managers reached out, but that doesn't mean Michael Knowles is going to say yes. Like, it'd be pretty dumb of him to do that. That would be bad strategy on his part. Dude, I am just pooped. I have spent basically all of today and yesterday doing like IKEA furniture construction. Unironic, like a solid 6 or 7 hours putting together an IKEA bed, like one of the nicer ones. You know, it's IKEA, but one of the more elaborate ones. I thought you were drunk last night. Yeah, I drank at like 1 a.m. or something. But Vosh, did you? I accept it on my end. Do you think porn is inherently misogynistic? No, that's a really dumb position to hold. Did you get a blue ha? No, I did not. Hey, Zan. Yeah, I had a great time hanging out with you last night. Had good dinner. Zan's in Seattle. Is that a lolicon shirt? Is that a lolicon? What the fuck are you talking about? You're like a child with a gun. Do you know what these words mean? Pointing your weapon everywhere. It's a cute anime girl in the forest. She's just an anime girl. Something even remotely lolicon about this. Just a cute anime girl. Wearing an anime shirt and then an anime shirt over it. Is that Mayu's art? I don't know. Vermin got it for me. You'd have to ask them. Anime equals lolly. That is true. That's probably true. That's true. What's your take on conscription? It's pretty bad. It's not good. That being said, if your country is being destroyed, it kind of seems like an inevitable, necessary thing. Like, properly, your country is being destroyed. I don't mean you're sending, like, there's some strategic asset you're securing overseas. I mean, like, you're currently losing your country. Like, Soviet Union being invaded by the Nazis, back in World War II. Like that, you know, it's like, okay, well, you can conscript or you can fucking die, you know? Would it be better to say that porn itself is not inherently misogynistic, but the porn industry in the United States is? I mean, the porn industry broadly, yeah. Because, like, that's such a catch-all category. Porn in the U.S. generally is not inherently misogynistic. But yeah, obviously the porn industry has, like, a pretty hard lean into that. Do you like Portuguese? I've always felt it kind of sounds like uglier Spanish, but whatever you're into, right? Doesn't your Discord ban people for conscription stuff in Ukraine? Does my Discord ban people For conscription stuff in Ukraine, for conscripting people, what do you have to do in the Discord to get banned? For doing conscriptions? That would be a weird thing to do over Discord. I'm irritated by Ethan Klein a little lately. I think he's leaning a little heavy on the tonal misandry. Okay, we'll take a look. Should I get Disco Elysium? Yes. Has there ever been a good country in your opinion? Obviously, the United States of America. Think about it. Like, I've seen people defending conscripting Ukrainians get beaned or no. I don't know. I don't manage Discord moderation anymore. I personally think that Ukraine conscripting people is really unfortunate, but if the only circumstance where I think I'm, like, ethically okay with conscription would be one in which your country is literally getting, like, conquered at that moment. Like, it's happening right then. Because under those circumstances, like, a bunch of people are going to suffer and die anyway if you lose. You know, it's potentially a kind of harm reduction, right? Like, think of the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union conscripted a fuck ton of people fighting the Nazis. And if they hadn't done that, they might have lost. And that would have been a lot worse. Like, the tens of millions of Soviets died, but, like, I think tens of millions of Soviets would have died even if they had lost that conflict. I don't think things would have been better for them if they'd been taken over by the Nazis. Very hype for City Skyline 2. They're making a second one? Oh, that's nice. Thoughts on Made in Abyss? Haven't seen it, but people keep asking me for my thoughts on it. So, okay, we've got this, we got this. Oh my god, we have so much shit. Holy fuck. Bosh, they banned us for saying that too. Damn, then have a Discord revolution. I don't care. It's not my problem. What's up? Daniil, if he hasn't moved, is on the couch. He jumped up there, yeah.
Oh, cute. I'll check him out.
I put the yellow blanket on him.
Ooh, good.
Also, check it. The mattress is there.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Observe. I know it's kind of an older game, but why is Hollow Knight so good? Did you say that deliberately to make me feel old? Hollow Knight is an older game? What the fuck are you talking about? Hollow Knight is excellent. What do you... Jesus Christ. Doesn't have ray tracing. What's that thing on the wall above the Lego plant? That's like a ramen shop sign. Isn't it cute? I mean, it's literally 6 years old. Are games made in 2017 considered old now? Haven't we basically reached kind of like a crescendo point where graphics technology has kind of plateaued, and therefore all games made now are kind of in the same soup of modern games? I was under the... Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider, like, a movie made in 2017 to be old, you know? Like, if somebody was like, hey, man, Iron Man 3. I know it's kind of an old movie, except when did Iron Man 3 come out? 2013. Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry. What's better? Thor Ragnarok? What came out in 2017? Yeah, 2017. Yeah. I know Thor Ragnarok's like an older movie. Is it? Because Thor Ragnarok feels like the same shit that what's coming out today. I don't know if you can fairly call that like an old... All right, whatever. It's a good game, Hollow Knight, or Thor Ragnarok. That's also a good game, maybe. What do you think of Elden Ring? I know this ancient game. Yeah. Do you consider the GameCube to be retro? Yeah, the GameCube literally came out in like 2000 or 2001 or something like that. Nice, Jake Simstar. I like it, Lacan. I need to read, man. When is seceding from a country not okay? Why are you guys asking me these heavy-hitting questions before we've even started the politics? Obviously, if Texas seceded, you would oppose it, but what about stuff like Tibet and Kurdistan? I'm only okay with secession if I feel like it's... I know this sounds kind of circular, but I will support secession if I think secession is like a good thing, you know? It's kind of like, under what circumstances do you think it's okay for, like, a kid to run away from their parents? And it's like, okay, most of the time I don't. Most of the time that's probably not a good thing. Maybe there are some situations where it is, but that's like some very specific stuff. Like, if an area has like a very distinct national or ethnic identity and they're not being represented in the country they're currently controlled by, and there feels like there's a potential for an actual successful separation, like stuff like that, you know? None of these are the case with like something like Texas. Texas doesn't meet any of these qualifications. Texans are American. The only like ethnic distinction you could possibly make for Texas is the fact that it used to be controlled by Mexico. So for Texas was only independent for a couple of years. There's not like some distinct ethnographic history there. Also, Texas does not have in any way, shape, or form like an autonomous like culture, people, or economy. Texas is just as integrated into the rest of the country economically as any other state. And third of all, like there's no possibility of a secession for Texas anyway, because if they did, we would just immediately invade them. Why wouldn't we, right? So like no, it has to be it has to be like it has to be a good idea. There's a Mapman video about this? Yes. Would you support conscription to invade Texas? I don't think we'd need it. How many people are in the Texas, like, state guard? The Texas Army National Guard is composed of approximately 19,000 soldiers. And then you have to keep in mind that, like, that's not actually controlled really by Texas, right? Like, a state National Guard is ostensibly like deployed by the governor, but if the president says no, then the answer is no. They're soldiers. They serve the Constitution. That's what they swear to. So like they wouldn't even keep that, you know? It'd be like Texan militias and some of their National Guard, the very like Lone Star State loyalist types, versus the entire United States military. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure that like there are enough federal U.S. military bases in Texas to like 10 times the number that the National Guard ostensibly has in the state. Like, imagine seceding, and then everyone in your, like, secessionist for, like, Lone Star State Texas movement nervously turns over towards the dozens of massive federally controlled military bases on your territory. You officially declare secession, and then like you're like a mile off from like a local army base, and you just hear jet engines starting to whir to life over the hill, you know. Just the slow rumbling of a war machine activating in like dozens of highly equipped facilities across the state. I don't think it would go very well for them. Jesus, yeah, probably not a good idea. How many military bases in Texas? It's a big state, right? 15 active duty military installations with an economic impact of over 100 billion. Jesus. How many soldiers stationed in Texas? 110,000 in total. 37,000 of whom are Air Force. Jesus Christ. Well, you know. They secede and immediately Fortunate Sons start playing the distant. Yeah, every military base starts blaring it at like 140 decibels. The hills rumble with Fortunate Sons as you hear the helicopters start to take flight. Okay, stop. We're just jerking off right now to like the thought of Texas getting flattened. Okay. It me. Na, 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 na. The Air Force is the most liberal part of the military, you know? I thought that was the Navy. I know that the Air Force and the Navy are where the smarty... Okay, my understanding is that the Air Force is where the psychopaths go, and the Navy is where the austere, like, I want to be an officer so it's good for my report card, but I don't want to die in battle, like, wannabe officers go. People with a death wish join the Marines, and then, like, the Army's for everyone else. What about the Space Force? All Giga Chads. DeSantis was in the Navy? Yeah, because the Navy is for, like, hoity-toity poofy rich boys to, like, get an officer, like get an officership and not get shot at, you know? How often do Navy boys even get shot at, man? Like, hold on. How many Navy personnel have died in battle 21st century? It can't be that many. Trends in active duty military deaths from 2006 onward. 19,000 in total, but does it break it down by the department? Does it not? Ooh, do you think they don't like do you think they don't like publish info like this because they know it would it makes some people kind of mad? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we just got the casualty reports for the Iraq War. It's, you know, here's a bunch of like Army and Marines, and like one Navy guy died while he was drinking a mimosa on the deck of the aircraft carrier that was stationed 4,000 miles away from Iraq, and he fell off the edge into the water and got chopped up by a propeller. It's like, okay. Rest in peace, our fucking beautiful Navy boys. Oh, thank you. All right, we got donuts to go over. We should also like do politics, maybe. DeSantis was in Gitmo. Yeah, I know. Vosh Destiny. People are accusing Destiny of being an Islamophobe. Why the fuck? What is happening to you guys? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Is it because you can't like inform me on Shu now? So it has to be a person I want to hear about less? It's like, okay, well, we can't update him every time Shu like inhales, but it makes like a whiny nasally noise, and it's kind of annoying to the people in the checkout line. So let's inform him on the is Destiny an Islamophobe? Do I have a coin? Do I have a coin on my desk? Okay, I've got a mint tin. Wait, shit, this is the same on both sides. Okay, I've got... Okay. Nail file. That's not gonna work. Okay, I've got... Oh, here we go. I've got acrylic of Guts, Berserko, and Shirka looking cool. Okay? And if it lands Guts and Shirka face up, that means he is an Islamophobe. And if it lands Guts and Shirka face down, it means he's not an Islamophobe. But you can't verify the results because my desk isn't on screen. He's an Islamophobe. Sorry. Cancelled. It's a scientific test. I bet Vosh's desk is hella messy. Actually, I keep my work area pretty clean. I make an effort. Did you cover the Ukrainian Hunter x Hunter gang yet? Oh, Christ. To be fair, the Destiny stuff is funny, and he's not even in the wrong here. Oh my god. What is it? What? I didn't even look at the tweet. What is it? I think it's a good segue because it shows double standards some left-leaning people have where it's okay to shit on Christians, but not okay to do say. Okay, yeah, we've talked about this before, okay? Okay, here's the issue, all right? When people in the West, like Western lefties, atheists, whatever, when they criticize Christianity, the thing they're criticizing is Christianity, okay? It is a principled and dedicated criticism because we exist within the culture where Christianity is prominently felt. The problem is that when you make jokes about Islam, oftentimes, like, jokes about Islam are really just people, like, shitting on Muslim people or, like, Muslim cultures or societies or whatever, and it's not actually about the religion. You can see this in, like, all conservatives, because conservatives will frequently make fun of Islam while themselves being Christian fundamentalists, okay? Now, I can tell you guys with confidence, and I hate to say it, you know, we're not breaking the circle jerk here, okay? So I understand it. I think that Destiny is pretty principally against religion broadly, and I'm assuming that if he criticizes Islam, he's doing so to criticize Islam, and probably not as some kind of jihad against you know, the entire Eastern world, you know, the Great Orient, darkest Africa, or at least the northern part of it that is Muslim. You know, it seems kind of prescient right now to make fun of Islam anyway, because there are so many people who are like faking being Muslim for the clout points. It's like the Andrew Tate thing, right? Or like Sneeko did that, I think. You know, like, yeah, man, I'm super based and trad-pilled. In fact, I'm so red trad-pilled that Mushal Asa Praise Allah. Look at my hat. Got a hat on now. I'm Muslim. You can tell I'm Muslim because I don't change anything about my behavior or my diet, and I don't worship anything. But, like, I'm Muslim now. So now I can say that you're halal. Or haram, whichever the bad one is. I think I saw Yankee Tanky doing this recently. Do you remember that mentally ill homeless man that we bullied for a little bit? This guy's like rapidly. This guy's actually a very effective political advocate because he's changing my opinion on treatment of homeless people. It's getting worse. Here we go. I think okay, yeah. I'm scrolling through, and he last. Oh, okay. I'll just show you guys. So he recorded this. He's very proud of it because he went over from worshiping Caleb Mop into worshiping infrared, and he's posted. This was 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. He's spammed the video like a million times, and it's him. Right. So I think making fun of Islam is probably okay. Marines are insanely conservative. Yeah, my impression of the Marines is pretty negative because, like, this is like just stereotyping from the outside, but I know a lot of soldiers aren't super conservative, but I feel like every time I hear about Marines, they are people who will like they will beat the shit out of their children when they get back from deployment. Like, they are massive hard asses, and they fetishize being hard asses. And they're going to suffer, and they're going to make it your problem, you know? My father is a Marine. He used to beat the shit out of me for being girly. Okay, Arlo, well, now you can beat them up back, right? Because he's, like, old now. Every Marine I've ever talked to is fucking retarded. Well, you do have to be a retard to sign up, you know? They say the reason they select the Marines is, you know, when you enlist and you go into the draft office or whatever, you know, they kind of tap your head with one of those little, like, Dr. Reflex testing mallets, and if they hear a sloshing noise, they bring you over into the Marines. As a Marine can confirm. There we go. Okay, we got a Marine to confirm this. Chat, is anyone else seeing Vash's screen the YouTube button on the wall? Yeah, you can see it. What are you going to do with it, huh? That's my hand. What are you going to do with it? I got to, like, put some depolishing paste in it, but I'm too lazy. And also, like, I'm not actually, it's not actually an issue because, you know, this just shows my chat. Like, this is chat right here. See, I'm pointing. That's chat. Can you please read the donos? Sure, but now I won't read yours. Excuse me. James has something to say to you? Yeah. Fair trade, for sure. Okay, what did I want to get to? What branch of the military is progressive? Probably the Navy is the best. I don't know. Listen, okay. The Navy is like half and half full of homos and like prissy boy heirs and heiresses who want to get their officership. The Air Force is full. You know the guys from Mad Max Fury Road who would spray paint their teeth chrome and scream "Witness me"? That's all Air Force. Everyone who joins the Air Force wants to be a pilot, even though only like 1 in 1,000, not even, people in the Air Force get to be pilots, but they all want to be pilots. So basically, they're all like gunning for that. Just don't be a Marine, okay? But they all do desk jobs, Vosh. Yeah, and you don't get shot at. Nice. What about the Coast Guard? Um, Coast Guard's got to be a relatively cushy, right? Relatively. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying compared to the Army. No, they actually see the most action. Well, not combat action, but like helping people. Yeah. Don't they just save dumbasses who sail into hurricanes? Yeah, like that's kind of cool, right? My uncle was in the Coast Guard. He was in a couple of firefights. I don't even know what that'd be for. What, you like holding up like pirates? People trying to smuggle fentanyl in? I have no idea. Whatever. Yeah, okay, drug smugglers. All right. The idea, I just, why, if you were smuggling drugs, why the fuck would you ever fight a Coast Guard ship? You're never winning this battle. Like, not in a million years will you ever. Like, that's so. Like, what are you, in a fucking military vessel? They use literal submarines sometimes. Yeah, it just seems like really dumb to me. I gotta go down swinging. Wouldn't you get a lighter sentence if you just didn't? Uh... Excuse me. Coast Guard boarding a sub? What? Holy shit. What the fuck is he saying?
It's gonna be hard to get on.
Something embargo? Stop the boat? It sounds something embargo. Oh, it's Spanish? Oh, yeah, they might. It might not be English, yeah. Holy shit. Imagine doing the submarine boarding, man. This is like the cool version of when cops point their gun at you because you didn't get your license and registration out in time. Like, oh yeah, hell, honey, what'd you do at work today? Oh yeah, we saw like a drug submarine, so I like boarded it at the top and like, yeah, held them up at gunpoint. Jesus. They seem cross. They seem a little miffed with those drug guys. What do you even do if you board them? You throw a grenade in? You probably, like, make them all come out, right? Why the fuck didn't they submerge the fucking submarine? I'm just guessing here, and I could be wrong, but I would bet anything that the Coast Guard has depth charges. So I, I have a feeling a lot of them don't go all the way under the water. Oh yeah, they might literally not even be able to submerge that well, right? Like submarines are pretty complicated, you know. Yeah, makeshift sub. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing. Or like having an oxygen supply. Yeah. They probably also have depth charges. Do Coast Guard ships have depth charges? Yep. The Coast Guard also made great use of smaller patrol boats and aircraft armed with depth charges. Oh, wait, to attack U-boats operating close. Okay, this is during World War II. What about, like... What about now? The U.S. Coast Guard won't close the door on hunting submarines again in the future. Oh, this is like an anti-Russia thing. Or do we have... This only mentions depth charges for the World War II fighting. Do we not have them anymore? Are depth charges the thing that like shatter your bones with vibrations or whatever? They're just undersea bombs, basically. They're just bombs that are designed to do damage underwater. So yeah, like yeah, probably, I guess. I guess they don't have them currently. Huh. They use homing torpedoes. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, guys. I thought they would just have depth. Okay, so they have homing torpedoes. Gotcha. So they actually have a far more advanced and effective weapon. My apologies. Do Coast Guard ships have torpedoes? Or do they not? What weapons do Coast Guard ships have? Okay, yeah, here we go. Sorry, we'll be doing real politics soon. Yeah, Coast Guard ships are like pretty big. I mean, they're not like huge, but they're military vehicles. MK-110 57mm turret-mounted gun, a 20mm close-in weapon system, 3D air search, fire control band radars, decoy launching system, electronic support measures, security information facility, dual helicopter hangars, stem launch / recovery system for mission boats. No, they don't have explosives. Damn, I can't believe the woke Pentagon has disarmed our Coast Guard by keeping them from having torpedoes and depth charges. That fucking sucks. Also, the Navy uses helicopters to drop torpedoes close to the sub. I guess that's an option. Calling the Navy. Look, there's lots of stuff we can do. What's the most powerful Coast Guard ship? That's a weird thing to pop up. The USC GC Polar Star, built by Lockheed Martin. Let's go, baby. Get those military contractors some goddamn... Oh, dude, it's a fucking ice cutter. Or an icebreaker. This is literally the coolest shit in the universe. Guys, we have a problem, okay? We need to have boats that can patrol, like, really far north, but everything is ice up there. What do? Okay, we simply ram the ice very hard with a ship that is also an axe. The whole of it is just an axe, and we just go forward. Very good. Extremely good. Current operations. Over the course of its service life, Polar Star has steamed in all 5 oceans, made more calls in 60 ports across 6 continents, circumnavigated North America, South America, and Antarctica, likely the first such circumnavigation since 1843. Holy shit! As well as the first to do so completely poleward of 60 degrees, rounded Cape Horn, transited the Northwest Passage, and circumnavigated Earth. Okay. So I guess it's not even, the Polar Star isn't even doing anything. They're just like, okay, go rack up a bunch of records before you break down. Oh, it's in San Francisco right now. Rare electric narco sub. We are so off topic right now. Holy shit. That's the largest but not the most powerful. The most powerful is the National Security Cutter. Legend class cutter. .57mm gun. Block baseline 2 phalanx and close. 4 crew served 50 caliber Browning M2 machine guns. 2 crew served. God damn. Okay. We're getting too distracted. It's like an infinite abyss. Got to whirl down into it. NCD has been posting a lot about Mexico lately. Didn't recently somebody say that we should invade Mexico? I'm always saying this, by the way. We need a second Texas, but we need to make it woke this time. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said today he's preparing to present legislation to the Senate that would allow for the deployment of U.S. military forces to Mexico. This comes after 4 Americans were kidnapped, with 3 most likely being killed by the Gulf Cartel on Friday. Goddamn. Excuse me. I'm invading Mexico now. I've always been... you guys are only starting invading Mexico. I've been doing it my whole life. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that, though. Sorry. Probably not a good idea for us to do this. You know, I'm thinking about it, I'm contemplating, and I don't think it'd be a good idea. Get tough on the neighboring country. Introduce legislation to make certain Mexican drug cartels foreign terrorist organizations under U.S. law and set the stage to use military force if necessary. Okay, so here's the funny thing, all right? I think the fact that this is even being considered or discussed really makes it clear how psychotic our attitude towards foreign terror organizations is, right? So when there's a terror org that's operating out of Afghanistan or Syria, it's like, okay, a missile strike on a bunch of jihadists in Afghanistan. It's like, all right, like, who are we offending here? What's the deal? It's Afghanistan, you know. What are the long-term consequences of this going to be? None, obviously. But then it's like, okay, what if we tried that with Mexico? And then it's like, well, hold on now. That would actually be really dumb, wouldn't it? For like a million reasons. Like so many reasons. But it's the exact same policy, right? It's foreign soil that we've just decided that we can drone strike. I like how this article is reminding the reader that Lindsey Graham does not have the ability to unilaterally deploy armed forces to Mexico, and that the president is also the commander-in-chief. Former Trump administration AG William Barr called Mexico a failed narco state in a Fox News interview, saying its government is corrupt and lacks the ability to deal with cartels. We have to deal with this group like we dealt with ISIS, Barr said, referring to the U.S. designated terror group. We have to use every tool. We have to use economic. Okay. The only real difference in terms of instability between Mexico and the United States is that the United States effectively like outsourced or incorporated all of its insane illegal criminality. All of the systems of power that ruin people's lives in and outside of America, from America, are done within channels that are legal or at the very least like protected by law, you know? Like all of the systems of foreign occupation, all of our military engagements, all the shit the CIA did with like corpos as they set up shop in Latin America, all of that crap, that's all paved nice, easy, clean through systems of accountability and deniability that make it possible for us to maintain that while keeping a straight face while we pretend that we're a civilized country. The difference is that Mexico actually has politicians principled enough to fight back against the influence of the cartel, because a hell of a lot of them haven't. And if every politician in Mexico was willing to be completely complacent and to integrate their like formal legalistic authority and the cartel's influence and wealth and what have you, then you would like it would just blend together and we would just have another country that's like that, you know? It's the fact that people are fighting back against it that is causing this agitation. And if you want evidence to that fact, if there was a proletarian revolution in the United States and active aggressive actions were taken against the bourgeoisie, don't you think we would then immediately see a comparable or far worse degree of instability in our own country? The criminals that run our place may have a better handle on things, but that doesn't mean that if there wasn't open conflict, it wouldn't immediately degrade in a comparable fashion. We just have better integrated criminality. Obviously, if you really cared about stopping the cartels in Mexico, you would engage in drug decriminalization, and you would work directly with the Mexican government to try to find like economic and political avenues that you could use to cut off resources to the cartel. Also, considering the fact that a huge amount of drug dependency in the United States is a product of like overprescription from doctors and pharmaceutical companies that lie. We could also probably do something about that. Maybe. The narcos are already diversifying out of the drug business. Yeah, to, among other things, human trafficking. That's a big one for them. You know what we can do to limit human trafficking and its influence and its economic worth within the United States? We could provide a path to citizenship for immigrants, illegal or otherwise, here in the States. Because there are over 10 million illegal immigrants in America, and they know if they are trafficked, victims of sexual or regular violence, they can't just go to the police. So they are constantly preyed on by cartel members and their associates here in the States because they know that there's nothing they can do about it. They can't go to the police. And as a product of that, the cartel and their associates get to thrive. And who are those associates, I ask you? Well, a big part of it is U.S. police departments on the border. You know, there have been op-eds and investigative reports done on the extent to which cops on the border are corrupt and serve the cartel, because why the fuck wouldn't they? They're cops. They're already barely people. And yeah, obviously they're going to take fatter checks to overlook monstrously unethical and criminal behavior if it means they get to, like, just status quo it out. So yeah, no. Nowhere in this stopping the cartel business do we need to invoke any kind of, like, unilateral, unprompted, uncooperative military action against the cartel. Completely stupid. But cons are going to love that shit because they're cons and they're not smart. So, yeah. Didn't we basically integrate the Fredo gangsters? A ton of the gang activity in the United States never really went away. They just went legit, you know? Like, keep in mind, gangs are an economic force. They exist only because there's money to be made in a given area, right? Like, if gangs run a bunch of businesses, and then it's like, okay, well, we could just go legit and do those businesses, like, normally, and it's the same thing. You know, we all make the same amount of money or more. We don't have to fear the cops anymore. Like, that happened everywhere across the United States. Yeah, we can just make pizza. So they won? A lot of the gangs in the US? Yeah. I mean, think about it. The gangs in the United States, like during Prohibition, became incredibly wealthy because the only way to get alcohol was through them. And then they re-legalized alcohol, and all those gangs could just sell alcohol. They had the revenue stream was there. They just went legit, you know? Like, why? So yeah, same thing happened with casinos. Las Vegas used to be, like, really gang controlled, and now it's just owned by a bunch of conglomerates, you know? Those gangs went legit because they could in an unincorporated territory, you know, in Vegas, and then, you know, eventually the law kind of caught up with them, and they just got bought out by a corporation and got plenty of money for it. Bubsy Segal built Las Vegas. Gangs built Las Vegas. It's a whole interesting history that I know, like, nothing about. What gangsters built Las Vegas? Bugsy Siegel, Mayor Lansky, Mo Delitz. Nice. Nice names. What is this LARPy-ass photo they're using for the front cover of this article on the Mafia in Las Vegas? Hey, can we get somebody who looks like he makes an $18 burger that he serves on a plank of wood? Give him a flintlock pistol and also, like, anachronistic 21st century hipster clothing, and that's the picture. Will you? What the fuck are you doing? What? Who chose this? Why is it a flintlock? Well, yeah, that's just how the Mafia rolled, you know? Because it happened sometime in the vague past, and, you know, that's all you need. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hunter x Hunter inspired gangs stir trouble in Ukraine cities. Teenage gangs inspired by Hunter x Hunter's Phantom Rogue group have been brawling in the streets of Ukraine cities. All right. I guess you got to get your kicks where you can when your country's been invaded. The gang appears to have started in Russia before sprouting up in Ukraine. A viral Telegram post last week showed the youths attacking people at a Moscow shopping mall. Okay.
Чё? Стоять.
Okay. I've watched Hunter x Hunter, and I can say confidently that these guys are well below the power level that they would need to be to fight Gon They clearly don't know Nen, for one. I doubt they would even ascend that tower in the second season. I doubt it. Yeah, their Nen is very weak. They have not made sufficient sacrifices. It's the most LARPy teenage bullshit I've ever seen. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay. All right, you guys can't stop me. We're going to do an actual politics. You can't stop me. Nenless behavior. Okay, some of you have probably already seen this. It has to be said again. All right? Andrew Tate, trans ally. I know you're thinking, how is that possible? Okay, well, please. Listen.
Ignore the construction. I'm rebuilding my mansion. You'll see when it's done. We'll do an episode of Cribs. I had to get this area here. I bought my neighbor's house. I had to construct a specific area for the Bugatti. Anyway, that's all gonna be lit up and shit. Bugatti logos. You broke boys don't know. Listen, I recently posted a question on Twitter asking, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1?
I wish I knew how to do his voice, like, as a bit, you know? It's like English accent by way of Keanu Reeves, by way of learning disability. There's like a mix of stuff here. Well, yeah, it's like a fake British accent, but he does that that quick cutoff to the words he's saying that Keanu Reeves does. He has that like low drone. You know what I'm talking about? And then, of course, there's the learning disability. Yeah, the glottal stop, exactly. But I don't know if I can do all that, man. He's got a really weird voice. You have to be kicked in the head 495 times to get it right. Yeah. Proper brain damage necessary.
And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, because they think it's...
Okay, remember, we got to keep up, okay? We're paying attention to the prompt here. So this is, who would you rather sleep with? A woman who's a 1 out of 10 or a trans woman who's a 10 out of 10? Okay.
They're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question.
Mm-hmm.
When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. Mm-hmm. That's the tranny. Mm-hmm. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. Mm-hmm. That's the girl. Mm-hmm. This is the question I'm asking. Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan? So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? You're gonna fuck Hulk Hogan? Okay, yeah, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy, big dude, 6'5". It's pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay.
This isn't from that far back. This is from 2021.
Whereas Megan Fox, okay, he's got a dick, but maybe you can like scoot it out the way. I'm still Megan Fox. You know what I'm saying? At least she's small and shit. You can get your hand around her neck, mess her up. You ain't messing up Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's gonna mess you up. So this is the question I'm asking. You need to operate on a higher plane. Think about this. This is important. This is cultural. This affects the world we now live in. What is straight? What is gay? It's all a big sliding spectrum, isn't it? Because if you're gonna sit here and go, oh no, it's gay to bang Megan Fox with a dick, I counter that argument. It's gay to bang Hulk Hogan with a pussy. So which one is it?
It's actually, it's funny because, you know, leaving aside the whole rapist, sex trafficking, and la-di-da, you know, getting to the actual point, there's actually an underlying point that's being made here, which I think is really funny. So which one is it? Well, I do think it's funny that, like, Andrew Tate, ass sweat enjoyer, Aiden Ross, was, like, screeching, there are 2 genders. And meanwhile, back here in 2021, Andrew Tate is like, hey, man, listen, sexuality is kind of a spectrum, okay? Think about it. It's very funny. But I feel like, okay, whenever I talk about this, I recognize that my own perspective is really clouded by the fact that I'm, you know, pan. So it's like I'm kind of trying to speak for other people a little bit. But even though I'm a degenerate, I have known straight people. And I feel like there are a couple of statements that I can make about straight guys that are like definitely true, even beside my biases, you know? And that is like, first of all, straight men are obsessed with dicks. Like, they talk about them constantly. They draw them constantly. When you look at heterosexual pornography marketed at straight men, it will often like gratuitously feature the penis. Like it's not as though the way they frame the porn videos, it's like, well, they kind of try to avoid looking at the guy. They avoid looking at the guy's face a lot. They do not avoid looking at the dick, like even remotely. And I think a lot of that is because there's a kind of innate eroticism to genitalia, if you can believe it. And people actually don't have super strong genital preferences, right? Like, I really don't think they do. I think people, some people do, but I think a lot of people are a lot lighter on the genital preferences than they are on preferences with regards to, like, femininity or masculinity in terms of what they're into, you know? That is to say, like, I think that, as a wise philosopher once put it, if it's between Hulk Hogan with the pussy and Megan Fox with the dick, you know, I mean, I think you know, like, where people would generally trend. And you can see this, too, that with, like, trans women, you know, who haven't had bottom surgery, like, it's not like straight guys, it's not like gay guys are going after trans women. It's straight guys. Like, if you take a look at, like, if you ask a trans woman, okay, who's DMing you? It's not bi guys and gay guys. It's bi guys and straight guys, you know? Generally, that's because I think a lot of people, the signifiers they pick up on are just like, okay, like, what are their vibes? Like, do they come across as feminine or masculine, you know? Andrew Tate kind of said that here, right? Vosh, not incorrect. Most people do have a hard gender. No, stop. No retard opinions in chat, okay? I need you guys to really focus, all right? Call upon your inner chakra, all right? I'm not asking how you feel because you're all idiots and you don't know how you feel. I know how you feel, okay? And how I know you feel, the way I know this, okay, is because I've been around straight guys and they're fucking obsessed with dicks, all right? And I'm taking that with me to the bank because I don't need to hear the wannabes in chat talking about how they're the exception, okay? Nah, there's, at the very least, like, it's a lot looser than people pretend it is, you know? And this is one of the reasons why, like, oh my God, people don't say it as much anymore. How many times did you hear, not do you hear, because right now it's not as much of a thing, you know, but did you hear, are traps gay? Because that question was centered on, like, this massive semi-sarcastic bit of internet discourse, the central premise of which effectively being that Johnny Bravo meme, you know, like, you know, if it gets my dick hard, then it's straight, you know? Like, that was the whole "are traps gay" cultural fixation could have only been born out of a culture where people really want to be straight while fucking guys who look like girls. Because that's what a trap is, not trans woman, you know, say whatever. But of course, when they say trap, they mean trans woman, because in reality, traps don't exist. There actually isn't, like, a whole subset of people who are guys but cross-dress perfectly as women all the time, day to day in their life, specifically to trick straight men. That's not actually a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry if any of you have fantasies that will go unfulfilled as a product of this, you know, this non-existence community. Trans women do exist, though. That's a real thing. And I think you can kind of tell, like, with Tate, for example, okay? I want to ask you guys a question, and try to follow along with me here, okay? If you had a friend, if you were hanging out with a friend, all right? And the friend, Finster, is the only femboy. I hope you guys know there's like a 99.9% chance that Finster, at the very least, is on estrogen. I'm not saying Finster isn't a guy, but Finster got some smooth fucking skin, and their HRT femboy is a real thing, all right? I'm just saying. Okay, imagine you're hanging out with a friend, okay? The friend's a guy. They're chilling, all right? And they're trying to sell you on something, all right? They turn over to you and they start talking. And they're like, here, we'll put on Andrew Tate here with unmute, so it can be like he's talking to you, okay? And he's like, hey, yo, Bugatti. But also, hey, so if you had a girl, like, and she was like a 10 out of 10, I mean a total smoke show, wouldn't you want to, like, it wouldn't be that bad if, like, it wouldn't be terrible if you, like, sucked on her toes a little bit, right? Like, if you were to suck on her toes a little bit, like, that wouldn't be so bad, right? The person you are talking to, the Andrew Tate, does not, he's obsessed with sucking women's toes. They don't have to be a 10 out of 10. This is not some, like, reserved interest that he has a very light interest in, okay? This is a life-consuming desire. You understand? So this video of his where he's like, yeah, like, I don't know, if you had like a perfect 10 out of 10 girl with a penis, like, yeah, it wouldn't be like literally the worst thing to fuck her, you know. I think that Andrew Tate, like all reactionaries, is probably a fucking chaser to the extent that he even understands sex, which again, we're talking like Ed from Ed, Ed and Eddie level IQ, so it's possible that, you know, he might not fully get it. There's a ton of people like that, man. It's actually so crazy that we're living through this massive like anti-trans reactionary backlash because the amount of like open interest so many people demonstrate in, being frank here, like straight guys interested in chicks with penises, it's at like an all-time high. You know what I mean? I feel like there's this really weird dichotomy or like an inconsistency where there are tons of straight guys who are left-leaning, center-leaning, right, like whatever, you know, who, as straight guys often are obsessed with dicks, you know, but they also like women. Not contrary positions these days. They like women with dicks. They don't like trans women. You ever get that feeling? Like you go look at the incredibly popular, like Furinari hentai dojins or whatever, and most of the time, those women aren't trans women. They're just magically women with penises. They weren't born men who transitioned. That context is entirely absent in the way it's all structured, you know. They're just women with penises. And then, so the issue here isn't even really with dicks or genitalia or anything. The issue here is just with like this, the like epistemic concept of gender and the extent to which it's mutable to begin with, you know? Because that's the shit they freak out over. I think they only pretend to freak out over the dick stuff because I think they're obsessed with that part, you know? I've had many of my straight friends say they'd rather get with a feminine guy than a hypermuscular girl. I genuinely think that is the case for most straight men. Leaving aside what they prefer most of all, if you just asked for preferences and you found like a really femboy and also a very butch masculine lesbian, I think overwhelmingly they would go for the former over the latter. Not always, but often. Though muscular and masculine aren't technically the same thing, right? There are, like, for instance, there are plenty of people who fetishize muscular women, but if you take a look at art that is, like, fetishizing muscular women, even really muscular, like super, super muscular, they still look feminine. Like, their faces are still really feminine. They tend to wear feminine clothes. Like, if you just casually, if you're like just browsing through drawn pornography, it's like, oh, well, this person clearly gets off on like muscular women. They look like still quite womanly, you know. But there are a lot of like butch lesbian types who get sometimes like the evil eye from other girls because they get accused of being guys. I think Contra made that point in one of her videos that like there are some like butch lesbian women out there, and I'm saying lesbian, not just butch women, because I don't think women look like this if they're going for men. I think this is a butch lesbian thing. Who, you know, like they'd have to undress before you knew they were women. Like they have very, very masculine voices and appearances. And I think a lot of straight guys would much rather go for a feminine guy than you know, like a very butch woman. Which again kind of destroys, it really like reinforces the complete immateriality of this entire distinction. Sexuality is a pretty stupid concept to begin with. And, as Andrew Tate points out, a spectrum, which he's correct on. So, you know. So do you think most cis people who are attracted to trans women or trans men but turned off by the vagina, guy, or penis in a girl stems from transphobia? What? No? I'm not talking about transphobia. Wait, Hungamaster, this is what I said. You were the person I called out earlier. This is what I said about retard shit, okay? At what point did I say genital preferences are transphobic? Fucking pay attention. Oh my god. I gotta check the blue line when I'm mentioned and check to see, is it from Hungamaster, you know? My biggest issue with dicks personally isn't like the dick itself. It's that usually the dude it's attached to bugs the living fuck out of me. A ton of straight guys, especially before the modern age where nobody talks to each other. But if you went back to like the 90s or 80s or whatever, so many straight guys have stories of doing weird gay shit in male spaces. Whether it's like male dormitories or sports communities or like college or whatever, or it's like, yeah, what if we were all in a circle, we jerked each other off, you know? And people make jokes about these guys being gay. And the honest truth is, I don't think that's right. I make jokes about it. I do think it's gay shit. But oftentimes, I just think a lot of them are really stoked to have the opportunity to touch another dick because they kind of like dicks. Because, you know, it's literally a sex organ. It's a totem of eroticism, like in the most literal sense. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual, like, guy or anything. All right, thank you, chat, for your input. I don't know if that translates to genital preference and sex. What? Okay, everyone in chat is just sharing their personal feelings and experiences. That's good. Yeah, anyway. Andrew Tate, trans ally. Unironically, you know, obviously he said it in like a really misogynist way and he's a rapist and blah, blah, blah. But the underlying argument that he's making here is actually a progressive one. It's progressive by his standards, right? Like, we're talking at a very low ground level. Like, it rises above that. And that perspective is, he says trans women are men. He said that. He said Megan Fox, he. So we're not talking about, like, gender validation or whatever. But we're talking about, like, the fluidity of sexuality. And accepting that is still a step above most of the people who like Andrew Tate. The Tate thing is like this from Poll. What is this? Poll unironically calls for trans rights. Actually stop and think for 2 seconds before going, but oppose current thing. Not to mention hating trannies, especially for that one's the current thing. Faggots are always going to be faggots with you. This is just like a block of slurs. Man, there's nothing more pathetic than channers who think that, like, ah, man, this is like the cool kid spot of the internet. I'm going to literally, like, every third word. It's like children learning how to swear for the first time. What's the point of this text block? I can't even tell because there are so many. It's actually like, it is the syntax of this paragraph block is actually kind of incomprehensible because of how they've chosen to word it. No clue. No clue at all. Can trans women say the F slur? Everyone can. Okay, what was this? Somebody linked me something about Ethan Klein. Music. Hell yeah, Jake Zimstar. I like the little ghost dude. You gotta keep it up.
The fuck? No, I barely know.
Push a button when this a
For
lot.
sure. I don't know if I have like a specific purpose in that.
There's no goal that accompanies it. You don't seem to have any
Whoa. Okay, this is good content. So they push a button when they're over it.
direction in life, whereas I know exactly where I'm going and what I want, and I don't want to have to babysit someone.
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red,
Okay, I'm living
either
for
player
this.
may press it and swap out.
Wait, why am I looking at this rather than just looking at the original video? Did somebody said that Ethan Klein was being like misandrist or something? Is that the claim that he's being misandrist? Is The Cut a channel that DMCA's you? Do you get DMCA'd for The Cut? I don't remember. I don't think you do. I think you don't get DMCA'd for The Cut. I don't think they have their stuff uploaded to Google ID. Hassan watched it. Hassan is on Twitch. We've watched The Cut before. Shark watches The Cut and it's okay. Shark streams on Twitch. Why do you guys not know that? Sorry, I know there are new people in chat every day. Anna Marie watches it on YouTube. Yeah, isn't Ethan on YouTube though? Yeah, but Ethan's YouTube royalty. He gets like to follow a different set of rules. He uploads to YouTube. Uploading and streaming are different rules. The cut press of a button. That's not too many typos. Dump your date with the press of a button. Is that the same one? Wait, is that...
touch me like he's.
Dump your date with the press of a button. Yeah, okay. There's multiple button based.
I want to travel
6 minutes. Okay. What?
a lot for sure. I don't know if I have like a specific purpose in that.
There's no goal that accompanies it. You don't seem to have any direction in life, whereas I know exactly where I'm going and what I want, and I don't want to have to babysit someone.
Damn. True.
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
This is
Then wouldn't you just want to stick together to get the date? I guess they don't want to be with somebody insufferable.
Hello,
My name's Serena.
Serena.
What's
Nice
your
to meet you.
name?
I'm Mo.
Mo. Okay, what's your like? What's a big ick
Dude, this guy's so nervous. He's like bouncing in his seat.
for you?
Big hygiene. Oh my
Hygiene.
God.
Can he smell your armpits?
The fuck no.
Wait, what is the high pitched voice? Guys, what does the high pitched voice mean? Who's talking? Is that real? Is the high pitched voice? It's the button. The button. Was that really necessary? Could we not get enough human drama out of the interactions here? Did we really have to add in like the claptrap button? Okay. It's the producer speaking through the button. Well, yeah, I figured that, but like, yeah, okay.
Can he smell your armpits?
The fuck no, I barely know him.
Hygiene related then.
I don't want like a stranger.
Just getting like sexually harassed by the producer. Like the producer like shakes your hand before you go in there, and then he's in the fucking back room jerking off. Is he? Okay.
touch me. Like he seems totally chill, but like, bro, I barely even hug my mom.
All right, so physical touch is not your love language?
It's just like culturally, it's not super common.
Serena,
Nice to meet
What the? Wait, wait, what? I don't even understand what just happened there. What? No, really, what just happened? Why did she hit down on it? Was it because of the button? And what was that? She was like, no, I don't want him to smell my armpits. And he's like, oh, so you don't like being touched by people, do you? And she's like, not in my culture. What culture? Is she not American? Her voice is unaccented English. I think they just both wanted out, lol. Okay, it's...
Yes, yes. Oh, hi, I'm
Austin.
Serena.
Absolute
nice
pleasure.
to meet you.
Tell me what you live
Here we go, the Giga Chad.
for, what you plan to die for.
My cats.
Do you believe they have souls?
I mean, I don't know if I believe in souls necessarily because I'm not religious,
And
but I
relative
do.
to humans as well?
Well, I believe there's consciousness, right? Were you born Christian up here?
I was, but I rejected it in majority pretty
Why
much
did you reject it?
because I just wasn't really about it. I didn't want to give
Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I feel like so much context is being left on the cutting room floor here. Like, the editor is leaving out so much. Like, I can't believe that was 8 seconds of them talking before they're both diving for the butt. And he was like a fucking warrior. Oh, I'm on her slapping the button there, but this guy, like, immediately.
Who got it first?
me, 100%.
I don't believe in God.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Austin.
This guy's a Catholic convert, 100%.
Hey, absolute pleasure. Yeah.
What were you up to this week?
Nothing really that interesting. Kind of sat at home. I just got out of the military, so I'm looking for work and all that. So in a transition period.
I tried to get in the military
Transitioning. This guy's woke. I bet he has pronouns.
twice, and they did not want my ass.
How long were you passionate for that?
Not at all.
No, it just
Not.
came and went?
It was a minor thing.
So what do you hope to achieve in your life?
I want to travel a lot for sure. I don't know if I have like a specific purpose in that.
There's no goal that accompanies it. You don't seem to have any direction in life, whereas I know exactly where I'm going and what I
True. Wait, didn't he just say he's in a transitional period where he doesn't know? What? Okay.
want. And granted, that's nothing wrong with that, but because I know where I'm at and where I'm going, I don't want to have to babysit someone to where I am. So,
Valid.
hello, pleasure, Austin.
Hi, Austin.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Can you hit the person across the table? I'm wondering how I would optimize this strategy. You know, like how do you... Are you implying he would meet his own standards? No, like he has like incel phrenology. So like obviously no.
Irish.
Irish?
Yeah.
I like that. How'd you get that name?
I don't know.
Your parents just gave it to you? They didn't...
Yeah, well, they looked at me and they thought I looked like Irish.
Very well.
So
What? What? This is giving me like, this is like doom repelling me. I feel like these videos are designed to make single people despair, and people in relationships feel like, oh, thank God I don't have to go through that right now. Because these are like maximize the vapidity, like they're vapid. I don't know if it's vapidness or vapidity. Probably vapidness because it sounds less pretentious. Of like the concept of talking to randos.
what are you into? What are your hobbies?
I'm a writer, musician, martial arts. I'm into like theology.
Tell me more.
What more?
Like,
You can tell he's into martial arts because he dove on that button. The fucking windmill style crane strike.
the difference between like Jesus Christ and God. Like,
Okay,
what's the
Jesus
difference?
Christ is God, but if you want to like go against other religions, you can see how Islam talks about Muhammad as a sole prophet.
What was your name?
Austin.
I'm Allie.
This guy's gonna solo the entire run through? Also, is that really all he has to say about theology? Jesus is God? Like he studies theology and that's his... What about the Holy Spirit? Also, why'd he bring up Muhammad? Okay. He wants a perfect hypertrad wife? Yeah, probably.
It's a very pleasure to meet you.
Very pleasure to meet you too. I like your style.
Thank you.
You look like you
Really?
read books.
I try to read, but I'm not really adept at reading, if I'm like completely honest.
I don't know why your aesthetic was giving reads books, but it was a compliment.
Well, I take it as such, so I appreciate it.
How important is faith?
How important is
Why?
faith for you?
100%. And at the end of the day, if you reject Christ the King, it's a no-go.
So you're a Christian.
100%.
Cool, cool. I'm a Christian too.
Excellent. As a Christian, can you tell me a little bit about the gospel of Jesus Christ?
He's... Oh my god. Oh, you like Jesus Christ, huh? Can you name 3 of his top songs? I honestly respect it. This guy's going to solo the entire fucking lineup. So wait, who was upset that Ethan Klein was being misandrist here? Because I'm withholding a lot of misandrist comments just to keep, you know, just to like keep the pace going. Because I have a lot to say, actually, on that particular subject.
And how that goes?
Yeah, I mean, like the gospel is basically that Jesus was here and died for our sins, and yeah, his spirit guides us.
Is that the same Jesus who died and rose again 3 days later?
Holy shit. This guy's got follow-up questions on his gatekeeping questions.
Yes,
Believe in the resurrection.
yes.
Excellent. If that's genuine, I 100% accept that.
That's, yeah.
I accept that answer. Wait, also, what are these questions? Is that the same Jesus who came back in the resurrection? What other Jesus is there? I'm not exactly like a theologian or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there's nobody with a misconstruction. Like, nobody thinks there was Jesus too.
So I guess my question is, growing up in that foundation, was it kind of like a thing you just kind of swallowed without challenging it? Doubt is not indicative.
Got caught off guard. This motherfucker's like, ah, yes, a fellow Christian. He was weak. He showed his back. Good job, girl. Nicely done. You say you're Christian. He's like, okay, all right. So you say name every saint. Oh, that's a Catholic thing, not a Protestant thing. I mean, he could be Orthodox. Who knows? Probably not. All the shit that he said can be either Protestant, Catholic, or Orthodox, right? Like, nothing that he said disqualifies any of the major 3 splits. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about Orthodox Christianity. I don't know if they think that, like, Jesus survived on the cross and never died at all because he, like, I don't know, Slav squatted so hard that the cross fell backwards and he fled. I don't know. Replay him getting bonked. Yeah, the slow hand touches the button. See? He's so not ready for it. Remember your training, Atreides.
Without challenging it, doubt is not indicative.
Look at that! Look at that! He tries to be fast at the second, and now, like all trad cats, he's trying to throw up the white hand okay sign. So sort of like reflexively.
Unfortunate.
It was just a little intense, and that's all. It felt a little bit like
Overwhelming?
intense. Yeah, yeah.
Overwhelmed. You know for a fact that this motherfucker interpreted that as like, ah, yes, my intellect was too powerful for her. Like, what she's saying is, you're incredibly overbearing and annoying. And what he's hearing is, your powerful Christ-like spirit is just too strong for me. And it bothers me that that's what he's getting from this. You know what I mean? It's just, I wish he felt worse, is what I'm saying, you know?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
I'm Michael, by the way.
I'm Allie.
I really like your hair.
Oh, thank you.
I like your nails too.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, I just cut them short. Now I'm like kind of being.
Do you prefer short nails?
I kind of do, yeah. But you like long nails?
I mean,
Are you gonna press the button?
no.
if I have short nails?
Are you gonna? No. What do you do for
Oh my god, it's a normal person. That's oh my god, that's crazy.
a living?
I'm the head of marketing at a product company.
Wait, don't trust anyone wearing a polo outside of work. I actually, hold on.
What do you do?
I can make an exception for this guy, I think, because I think this color of polo is fine. If it was a white polo, or especially like a blue polo, I think it would suck. But it's a green polo with the collar popped, and I actually think that makes it look way less annoying, personally. I think he looks good. Yeah, olive green is a good color, and I think it, yeah, no, I think he looks good, yeah. Yeah, red would be good as well, I think.
Do for a living?
I'm the head of marketing at a product company.
You people are so mentally ill, it's a shirt, Pepe mods. Nah. Anti-polo shirt bias is a real thing. Polo shirts are like the preferred garment of like douchey prep guys, like trust fund heirs, and cops when they're off duty. And frankly, when they're on duty as well. Lots of undercover cops or like the ones that are just waiting for an excuse wear polo. I don't know why they go for polos. I have no idea, but it's a real thing, okay? I just think they're comfy. Yeah, they're not like bad mechanically, but it's a thing. If I Googled right now, like undercover cop clothes, or would it not be like undercover cop? It would have to be like off-duty cop, right? Okay, hold on. Off-duty cop clothes. Do you think Google will instantly... Okay, the top image search for a guy is him in uniform. I don't know how that... Yeah, this guy's wearing a polo shirt. See, like this right here. This is like classic cop. Wait, did Mike Ehrmantraut wear polos? Did he? He totally did, didn't he? He did? Walter. Yeah, he totally did. Yeah. He wore button-ups and sometimes polo shirts, I think. He wore button-ups when he was working and polo shirts when he wasn't, if I remember correctly. Or like sometimes, I don't know. What about Hank? Hold on. Because Hank Schrader is actually like the quintessential. Yeah, literally. He just wears polo. These awful, like, orange pattern. This is a polo, right? The buttons don't go all the way down, right? All the shots of him are up close. Oh, no! This one is a full shirt. It's not a polo. Hank Schrader polo shirt. Come on. Okay, this is... Okay, it's not even a polo... Okay, let's move on. Just... Wait, not. Wait, what if? Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah, I have a big girl job.
Didn't? Okay.
I'm the head of marketing at
Professional
a product
streamer.
company.
Oh, you should got a real job. You know?
Yeah, I have a big girl job.
You're actually really pretty, but
So, would you say you two are hitting it off?
I fucking hate I hate claptrap so much. I fucking despise claptrap.
more than that, I hope so. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm hitting it off with Michael, but I feel like I don't know a lot about you. So I've got questions for you.
Okay, I got answers.
I feel like you might be a baby, and I might be
A what?
a baby, like a little baby.
A baby?
Yeah, like you might be like younger than me, like way younger than me. Wait, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, okay, that's not that bad.
Why did she phrase it like that? I didn't even understand what she was saying.
I thought you could
Because
be like
you
23.
said that? Oh. Yeah, but
It's flattering.
now I don't want to guess your age. You should never ask a woman their
Oh,
age.
I'm 30.
Yeah, that's what, 3 years? She's like that senior girl, that popular cheerleader that I've always had a crush on. So yeah, no, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Wow, I really like your eyes. You know?
Oh, I'm like being like struck by your compliments. Michael.
I'm a little smitten, I'm not gonna lie. So
Damn, dude, it's there. He's laying it on. Hey, is this giving any of the incels in my chat confidence? You can be the Rizzler, okay? And all you have to do is have a decent sense of humor and pepper them with compliments, okay? That's all you got to do, all right? Just don't be weird about it, okay? Nice clavicle. You know, be normal. Maybe being normal is what the struggle here, you know. It's not, you can't just say that. Literally just be normal human. Well, hold on. We have like Aspies in our community, okay? We have to lay it out point by point. But this isn't the hypergamy I was told that all women participate in. Well, the God's honest truth, okay, is that women get complimented a lot, but women get compliments they enjoy not that often. Like if there's a cute girl, that cute girl can get an infinite amount of praise, if like pretty easily online or whatever, like going to a club. But like in the same way that most guys are fucking freaks, most of the compliments that she's going to get are going to come from freaks. And she'll know that because women are not stupid. Well, some of them are, but a normal amount of them are. You know, not all of them. And all you have to do is not be a freak when giving compliments. And it actually works out pretty well. Vosh, you say he's a normal person, but clearly he's a beta. Sorry, I'm reading out Fortuna's chat message like that because he's actually Australian. If we could all make fun of him for being Australian. Just imagine anything being said by an Australian. It instantly becomes funnier.
You have another question. Okay. Say you're having like a super relaxed day. What?
Oh, dude, he is okay. This is like, draw me a cartoon of somebody who's into you. Like draw a cartoon person who's really into the person they're staring at.
What food are you ordering and what show are you comfort rewatching?
oh my gosh, okay, so
It's a good question.
it's been like dating reality TV shows.
Oh,
Yes.
like
and,
what?
Oh, too hot to handle?
That's
Yeah.
a good one, yeah.
I'm getting tacos. Tacos and french fries. Or just french fries in general.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
But can you order tacos and french fries from the same place? Or
No,
do you have to double?
Double.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
heard that was called a bang bang.
A bang bang?
I literally...
I guess I like the bang bang.
Okay, I'm gonna light it up. If you don't hit me, then it looks like you two are going on a second date.
Yeah.
Cute.
I'm rooting for them. All right, I'm rooting for them. She's being kind of racist, bro. She is a little weird, but you know what? That's okay. She's a white woman. You can only do so much. I'm happy for them. You go you guys. So I'm assuming that Ethan Klein said some misandrous stuff about the previous guy, but not about this guy. I have no idea what you could say negative about this guy, apart from he wears a polo shirt. Vosh, what's the lesson here? The lesson is we're watching two human beings interact, and you all need that sometimes.
Congratulations!
Wait, we got a rainbow. Look at that.
Oh, okay. Hey, goals.
Nice. All right. Well, yeah, cute. The lesson is don't be the first guy. Well, don't be the second guy, actually. The first guy was black, remember? And then he got let off for some reason. And then the second guy was speed pressing the button every chance that he got. Can you imagine if the one had ended with the second guy and he'd made it all the way to the end with his like speed karate skills, and he ended up like finding some insufferable like trad wife, like Catholic convert as well, and they spent the whole time jerking each other off about how religious they are. It would have found no one. Yeah, there aren't actually that many women like that, as it turns out. That other dude was so fucking insane. He seemed like he hated every woman there. It seemed like religion was really important to him. It's just, I have nothing but negative opinions on people with like strong religious opinions. I have met in my life some people who were very religious and still good people, but like it's not that common. There are like I think in our minds we have the archetype of like a very like when I think of like a person who is devoutly religious but still a really cool person, I think of like a Mexican grandma who is very Catholic but is like crazy supportive and friendly, you know? I think of like the super old lady from like what's the one Disney Encanto? Like that? That's kind of what I think of when I think of like the good, really religious person. But here in the United States, really religious people tend not to be Catholics. They tend to be Protestants, and most like Protestant fundamentalists are literally fucking psychotic in a death cult. And then you have all these trad like fake Catholic convert dipshits, and it's yeah. They're not sending their best people. The grandma in Encanto is a dickhead. Am I thinking of Coco then with the abuelita? Am I thinking of a different? Am I thinking of Coco? Okay, Coco. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Coco's best movie. Yeah, but confusing them is understandable. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's, yeah. What about the MLK archetype of religious American? Okay, but that's like Southern Baptist Christian, and that's a whole different thing. I don't know if I've ever met like an older black Southern Baptist Christian who is super devout, but I think Southern Baptist Christians are just like a step above every other denomination in the U.S., right? Like every other denomination of Christians are just like, they have like their open meetings on like, you know, how do we be homophobic today or whatever. But the Southern Baptist churches have always been really deeply intertwined with like civil rights work and humanitarian stuff and charity and so on and so forth, right? Depends on the church. Yeah, it depends on the church. You know, there's no like Pope of Southern Baptists, but racist as fuck. Me? What did I do? Southern Baptists can be very anti-LGBTQ. Yeah. Okay, then fine. Then religion's just bad. Okay, we did it. Okay. Oh my God. Aren't the Baptists the ones that would protest at gay people's funerals? No, that wasn't Southern Baptist. That was the Westboro Baptist Church. Totally different. Yeah, I grew up in Southern Baptist churches. They're half a racist fuck. No, black Southern Baptist churches. How are black Southern Baptist churches racist as fuck? Are they all like going anti-whitey in there? Or what? Not to mention, you know how black people have invented all music made in America? They're like, black Southern Baptist churches are also like the origin point of modern hymns, right? Like, didn't an entire genre of church music fucking originate from black Southern Baptist churches? Yeah, the gospel, yeah. It's crazy. Man, if there really is like intrinsic racial differences between different kinds of humans, the only one I believe in is that people with more melanin make better music, because that shit happens over and over and over again. Like, it's so fucking crazy in the United States, man. It's like the population is like 88% white or something back in the 1950s. And then it's like, oh yeah, let's just take a look. Let's just do back through the entire history of post-Civil War music. And every time, like, it's remarkable. It really is, you know? Gospel music, traditional genre of Christian music. It can be, okay, it could be traced to the early 17th century, and then there's this whole bit here on how, like, black people made it cool again or something. Black and Southern gospel music are largely responsible for gospel's continued presence in contemporary Christian music, with soul music by far the best-known popular music variant. Yeah, interesting, man. I don't even like gospel music. Just, you know, I'm glad other people do. What the fuck is this? Close that, close that. Oh my god, there's so much to go through. Because Vermin was asleep, Bad Canary. What about Tejano music? I don't know what that is. I'm not religious, but gospel and hymns are very nostalgic to me and have a kind of underlying sadness I can relate to. I mean, Christianity in popular culture is like hegemonically present in the West, so you don't have to be religious to enjoy that stuff. I mean, we put Christmas trees up. We're not Christian. It's just, you know, you're just it's omnipresent. You can't really avoid it. My goddamn chair just broke. F in chat. That does suck. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read donos, then we're continuing. Cry about it. I mean, is it effing? My OBS hasn't crashed. Did it F? It's fine. Okay. You said F? I said F. Oh my god. Guys, OBS crashed on me like 4 times last stream. Can you have a heart? Okay. Heliofane, Maliki, Wrestling with the News, Dexterity. Thank you all for the Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Charlotte96 gifted 2 Tier 2 subs. And Mistress Lynn did so as well. Same with Goody Ghoul. Thank you. Semi-Locon, thank you for the Tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Charlotte96, thanks to 10 bucks. Hope you're enjoying your second playthrough of Metal Gear Rising. Illa Devine, still alive in Miles Hill. Thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate those. Holy shit, I did it, Vosh. I used your pro-trans arguments to change a person's mind on trans issues in an online discussion. I didn't think it was possible. Nice! It is often not possible. You have done the impossible. Well done. That's you should be proud of that. Elias Baranoth, thank you for the 5 New Zealand. Madeline Gibson, thank you for the 5. They say chat be well, and that is true. Racist Luigi and Baby Horseman with the $3. Much appreciated. Thank you, Baby Horseman. And yes, I do hate that. Racist Luigi. Wax Newman, thanks to the 5. I like Noida, but it's not really my type of game. Too meandering and aimless for me. I like games that are very structured. Hollow Knight is very structured. It's open world, but it's still very, very structured. Compared to Noita? Yeah. Moink, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. True, if only. Horseman, thank you for the $5. I have seen that clip. Gigaru 4 and Levi Hatan. Thank you both for the $5. Really appreciate that. Gigaru says, hello, Vosh. Remember me from the days when you used to average about 200 viewers and had a man bun? I used to send you schizo messages and pose as right-wing love. I think I do. Gigaru? I think I remember that name. Yeah. Well, we've both grown, you know. Fewer man buns, fewer schizo messages. I hope you're doing well. Marcelara, that lil voice, thank you for the Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Markinator again, and Subs and Soda. Thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. What is this? This person on Twitter seems pretty dumb. Well, they have me blocked, so yes, probably. That is probably true. Yeah, seems like it. Subs and Soda with the $5. 1 month ago, I completely unexpectedly became a parent. She was unplanned, but definitely not unwanted. Aww. Yeah, Subs and Soda had a fucking oopsie surprise baby a month ago, guys. Look, it's a little baby. Normally we say baby to mean cat, but this time it actually is a baby. See? It's a little baby. Wah. Tiny. Imagine being this small. Couldn't be me. Hope things are going well, Subs and Soda. Agent Fancy Yancy with the $5. I have a job interview in Seattle. Any tips on where to live there? The Seattle housing market is not very forgiving right now. So really depends on your budget. If you have a lot of money, you can live anywhere you want with some time. If you don't, even then in Seattle, downtown is dense enough that living out in the sticks can put you 15 minutes away from downtown. You know, it's not that far off. Bebop117, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Dinoman with the $5. No, I have not seen that. The Bread Boy, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. And I agree. Juzor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Panko King, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Submerged Sword, thank you for the $2. Oh, those are older donations. Okay. Soveball and Hold a Reel, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Nice job with the cooking a yummy meal, Hold a Reel. Cooking meals with friends is a lot of food. Isho Prodigy with the $3. Should volunteer work like helping the homeless be paid in a mass scale? Well, then it's not volunteer work. You can't really pay for volunteer work because it is, of course, volunteer work. If what you're asking is, should the efforts of volunteers be roped into the bureaucratic function of a city, the answer is yes. I think it would be much better if we just, you know, spent our tax money on these systems. Read Me Please and Marker8050, thank you for the $5. I need some femboy bussy. Thank you for your contribution to my wallet. The Bread Boy with the $5. I feel like pussy has better aesthetics, maybe more fun, but I imagine dick has a better mouthfeel. They're both nice. T Loss a lot, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Bolid, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Charlotte96, thank you for the $10 and the gifted tier 2 sub. That's very kind of you. I have a proposition. We redefine stun locks as not doing the topics Toy intended to do. Toy? You mean? Maybe. I think stun locks have to be like kind of meandering to count, personally, you know? Jordan199, thank you for the $20. I'm making a sci-fi book with a powerful rep socialist e-democracy. Though I live in Sacramento in California, should I publish the book before the 2024 election just in case? You'll probably be able to publish your socialist literature after the election, but, you know, maybe I could be wrong on that, you know? Maybe you want to be safe. Basis108, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Fascists with posh British accents should be mocked mercilessly. Yes, that's true. Though at least Andrew Tate doesn't ameliorate the way I do, right? Ash D. Badger with the $2. Yes, I do. Night Owl 4, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I-N-Word, thank you for the $6.79. Yes, never pre-order games. Bebop117, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Am I familiar with Wisecrack who uploaded Where Our Philosophers Went? No, I'm not familiar, I'm afraid. Thank you for the additional tier 1 sub. I'm afraid this 19-minute YouTube video is probably not something that I can look at right now. Where did all the smart people go? Well, obviously, they're all here in VGG chat, watching me and talking with each other about pussy or something. Asked and answered. Zeonth, thank you for the $5. Charlotte96, the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. I really appreciate that. Captain Syphilis, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Zoth, the tier 1 sub. You do know EU is way behind on green funding after Biden's bill? Let me see. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by this. The EU is mad that they don't have a subsidy program the way we do for some American green businesses. Well, that's good. Not sure what I'm being owned on there, though. Charlotte96, you've been very kind to me. Thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Bebop117, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Very true. Welcome to the world. Thank you for the $30. Wow, that's really kind of you. Please comment on this short trying to say this isn't communism or just have a good day. I'm good with both. Oh, Well, I will comment on the short, and I will also have a good day. I see, Thana, and I will. Doing a lot of stuff lately. All right. I am looking at a YouTube short. Evidently quite a big one. It's got 109,000 likes. Oh, no, not this. Oh, people have seen this? Oh, FEE Online. Isn't this one of those? This is like Economics Institute that gets paid by right-wing billionaires or something?
Communism appears to work in The Last of Us because it isn't communism.
I have not seen or played The Last of Us, so I really can't comment on it. I'm going to guess, however, that a post-zombie apocalypse society probably doesn't actually have anything even remotely communist, considering that it requires the abolition of the state and class. I mean, you could argue maybe it's a kind of primitive communism, like in early tribal villages, but probably not actual communism.
The people of Jackson, Wyoming have banded together to make a post-apocalyptic paradise.
Okay, I'm also guessing that it's probably not a paradise because it's The Last of Us. I don't know much about The Last of Us, but I'm familiar with what happens in it.
Insulated from the violence and strife everywhere else. They've got electricity, a movie theater, and even a sweet saloon.
What does any of this have to do with communism? So they were able to rebuild society a little bit. What does that have to do with communism? Can we get those descriptions? Just wait for it. Oh, you people have all seen this clip. You're being insufferable in chat.
Everything you see in our town, greenhouses, livestock, all shared.
That's nice. It is important to remember, of course, that the sharing of public property is not itself communism. The concept of sharing is not communist. This is a common misconception, obviously. Democratic control or proletarian control of the means of production does not mean everyone shares all the things that are there, That would make, like, literally any hippie, Burning Man, we could all, oh my god, just watch the fucking video. LWD24 era. It is a clip from a currently running show. I have to pause so I do not get ass raped by YouTube Content ID. Shut up, you fucking idiot. I know. Anyway.
Collective ownership.
Okay, collective ownership's pretty cool, though.
So, communism.
This is the commune. We're communists.
No.
That is not what communes do. Living in a commune. It's a TV show, whatever. Okay. Obviously communism is like a very broad political and economic system, but I think it seems, even from what I'm seeing in the context of this clip, that was done in a tongue-in-cheek way. Like, it's a commune. We're communists. Okay, like, all right. So, okay, like that. If I was in a well-functioning post-apocalyptic survival city, I would say that too, probably. Oh, you're all communists? Well, yeah, this is a commune, so we're all communists. You too now, because you're in the commune. Haha. Like that, Okay.
No, Maria, you aren't. You're participants in a cooperative society with a very specific goal, avoiding death.
That is the definition of all human societies ever made. All societies are definitionally cooperative, and avoiding death is usually pretty much the #1 priority of all. Okay. that's such a what is an own? Okay.
And there's a name for this, an intentional community. The Jackson tribe.
Like all community. Okay, yeah. Wait, so is this YouTube short literally like a character in a show made a little quip about how things are nice because of communism, and he's like, well, you're not communist but that's what I was doing at the beginning. So in a way, I'm kind of aligned with the FEE Online account here. Because I was like, well, technically, what I thought it was going to be when I came in on this was it was going to be like, well, you can tell this is communism because they failed. Because, like, I don't know anything about The Last of Us. Maybe it fails in some way.
tribe formed to meet each other's basic human needs. It's incredibly effective, and the residents choose to buy into that arrangement and follow a democratically elected leadership.
Yeah? Well, nothing that was just said is antithetical to communist principles. So, okay.
Ashrams and Buddhist monasteries did this 2,000 and 3,000 years ago.
No, we all do this still right now. Wait. This is the definition that he put forward, planned community, is you don't have to go back 2,000 or 3,000 years to find examples of this. Even if you just Google, so first of all, the thing that he described was just a community. A shared community built around not dying. All right. But if you just Google planned community, a planned community, planned city, planned town, or planned settlement is any community that was carefully planned from its inception and typically constructed on previously undeveloped land. So this describes, like, basically all of human civilization. This is a dumb short. Oh, he said intentional community. Okay, then what did he say here? A voluntary residential community which is designed to have a high degree of social cohesion and teamwork. You mean like every village ever in human history? High degree of social cohesion and teamwork. Motherfucker, that was just how humans lived before we invented suburbs. That was just the way everything was. I like how whoever decided we needed like some specific term to describe this like alien concept of everything we ever did before suburbs were invented, you know? It was everything was fine until we fucking ruined it. Yeah, our community is intentional and it's cooperative and it's like a commune. And you can tell that because like people contribute resources for the collective good of the community, which is like a new thing that, no, it's not. We were all doing that forever. It's just called community. And then we took it away. We took it away with cars and suburbs and highways. We had it. We had everything we needed except for penicillin and eyeglasses and video games. And they built cars. They ruined it. Soiled it. Soiled it. Soiled it.
The kibbutzim and the Amish do it now. What's the alternative to living in Jackson? Literally dying. Intentional communities like
Spoilers.
Jackson can keep you alive, but they aren't communism.
Okay, well, that is technically true. Okay, nice. There you go. Welcome to the world. Yummy host, the $10. Hey, V, greetings. Would love to hear your opinions in this situation. See, the critical mistake that you've made here is that this is a 13-minute video and not a YouTube short. The Netherlands is controlling China and trying to take over the world economy. Okay, good. I want them to. It can't possibly be worse than any other possible outcome, right? Imperial General, thank you for the $5. Former Navy officer can confirm Navy officers are 50% gay, 50% padding their resume for a consulting job in DC, and 100% caffeine-dependent alcoholics. Hey, me too. That's not true. I'm not an alcoholic. New Horseman, thank you for the $5. DM'd you this. It's Fuentes shortly explaining the logic of nulls. Okay. Yesterday in Nick Fuentes' speech, he said, oh, this is just saying, oh, I saw this clip. He just said, Michael Knowles wants to eliminate transgenderism, but we also need to eliminate feminism, liberalism, Satanism, and Judaism. Okay? I mean, yeah, he's a Nazi. Yeah. Uncle Kali, thank you for the $5. Help, I think this cat has been assembled improperly. Cute. Yeah. Silly. Chat69 with the $5. Can you please watch the Fuentes clip explaining why Noel said what he said to his pack thing? It's one of the most mark-off things ever. I assume you mean mask-off things. It's not mask-off. Nick Fuentes has been openly a Nazi for years. There's no mask-off. He's just... I wonder if like more harm has been done than good with the term mask off, because I think sometimes like mask off means that there's an underlying ideology that is slipped through that they normally try to keep hidden. Fuentes doesn't hide being a Nazi. I'll eat it, Vermin. So I don't mean to come across as crass. It's just like, I know, you know? Timid, the tier 1 sub. Hey, Vosh, I've been getting into miniature painting and sculpting, and I want to share some of what I've been working on. Should I send it to your email? You can, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't. It's a business email. I already struggled to keep up with things as it is. I often get emails that are like people being like, hey, look at this cool thing I painted. And, like, it's cool, but, you know, it's a business email, and I'm not your friend. I'm a live streamer. Unless it's a painting of me. Then it's fine. Still, good luck. Sake with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Vosh was born with a horse dong and a beard. Oh, I wish. Also, I just bought my first house. Unironically nice. Sake, that's really awesome. Really happy to hear that. Miguel Rincon with the 2 Canadian. As a Canadian guy, should I worry about a fascist US? Yes. The world will be darkened by our shadow. That guy named Rye with the $5. Vosh, how do you stack your cheeseburger? Bottom bun, thin coating of sauce, burger patty, cheese, bacon jam, thick coating of sauce, top bun. Nice and simple. Akates, thank you for the $5. You said my white-black Israelite brother needs a black GF. He got one. She called him nuts and broke up with him. He doubled down and it's worse now. Wait, really? Don't take my advice. Okay, I remember this dono. This person's brother is white, but despite being white, they're a black Israelite. And I said he needs a black GF because a black girlfriend, like a random black woman, is not going to be a Hebrew Israelite. And apparently she called him nuts and broke up with him. Maybe he needs a second black girlfriend. That'll work. Go for that. And Igal, thanks the tier 1 sub. Soiled it. True. Juliet Mindset, thank you for the $20. My boyfriend got me hooked in your stream. Neil has a sexy butt. I assume Neil is your boyfriend. And you know what? Sure, true. And thank you, Neil, for securing me another revenue stream. She's single. Cycone with the $5. The 600 plus pound dude used a grab attack in the ring. Your convo yesterday reminded me of it. What? This is a full 16-minute video of people wrestling. We are never going to get to the politics. This might also be copyright. Dude, never fight somebody who looks like this. He will fucking kill you. Skip to 13 minutes? Okay. This bull, he can't feel the hits to his head. He has fat there. All right, stop. We're not getting distracted with another link. There's like 4 more links, too, so y'all about to get fucking ignored. The fat guy loses that fight? Not in my head, he doesn't. Goose, thank you for the $3. Take on people who claim any sort of stylistic choices made by musical artists are in reference to Satanism, and how do you argue these people down? I have literally never seen somebody who was a satanic panic type be convinced out of their positions logically. Literally never. Not once in my life have I heard of that happening. Not the Christian with the $5. Vosh, can you go over the Fuentes event? I have no... That's 3 donos mentioning the Fuentes thing. Is this like an op? It's a Nazi... I have no... What thing are you referring to? The thing where he's like, we need to get rid of Judaism? Why is that novel to any of you? Did you just not know? Were you unaware that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi? Like, the reason I cover Nazi stuff normally is if there's like an argument to be made. You know, like if there's some like novel position to take. But he's been an open Nazi for years, and all he's doing is screeching like, Judaism's bad. Like, what am I supposed... Well, actually, Judaism is not bad. It's actually only as bad as Islam and Christianity, which are both bad, but not... They're normal amounts of bad, not specific Nazi levels of bad. Like, what do you want me to go over here? It's a fucking waste of time. Sake with 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Have you covered Gigi Sohn withdrawing her FCC nomination after Joe Manchin torpedoed it after 16 months? No, I have not. I don't know if I'd say enough of it to make a segment, but yeah, still kind of funny, I guess. Fucking Joe. Dino Man, thank you for the $5. I have not tried... Is Asian Snacks the name of a specific, like, grocery store? I've had Asian Snacks, like, generally, before. Liberian with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. My cock Obama with the $5. I saw this gun safety video. Incredibly funny, yes. Okay, I do feel like I want to see this one because I know it's so funny. Might be the dumbest fucking instructor of all time. Okay, we're learning gun safety today, class.
You can see. You can see.
There, right in front.
There is
Yep,
one
just
bullet inside. Okay, there is one bullet inside.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah,
We
point
make
it. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Let's really quickly. So we've confirmed the gun is currently loaded. All right. Just okay. Yep. And up and up. Down and forward. Get the guy to your left. And the cameraman. Get the guy to your cameraman. Yep.
Okay, there is one bullet inside.
One bullet.
Okay?
Yep. Right here. Up. Turn it and clear ourself.
Be careful.
And clear our shoulder. Be careful.
Okay. If the gun is on my head.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
Okay. Here. I go here. I grab. Okay. And if he go, he shoot. Okay. The gun now he can.
Is that why he needed to have a bullet in the chamber so he could just shoot it then? Why?
Shoot another time. Shoot. It's not possible. Okay, not possible.
So what he's saying that if you hold onto the slide, how hard do you have to hold onto the slide to prevent it from reloading a bullet? You'd have to be like your grip not that hard? Really? I feel like it'd be tough. I don't know. This isn't a skill that I've learned. Okay, so you say not that hard, and I believe you guys. However, this isn't something you should be doing. It doesn't work on all guns. Yeah, the guy brings out the revolver. He kept the casing from coming out. Well, yeah, if the slide didn't go back, then the casing wouldn't go out, and it wouldn't reload another bullet.
I take the gun. Bah.
How does that part happen? How does that part happen?
Possible. Okay, not possible. I take the gun.
How he just like let go? And then after he fires exactly one bullet past you, he'll just sort of let go of the gun out of shock. And then you do the worst pistol whip of all time, holding the gun by the barrel while striking him with the barrel.
Okay, and the gun, you can see. I make the tap, and rack. Now I can shoot. Okay.
All right, I will say the quick draw into heart and head was pretty good. Like, this whole thing is really retarded, but the quick draw into heart and head was pretty badass. Seems fake? Nah, dude, it just happens. Look, you can see the holes form.
Rack. Now I can shoot. Okay.
It's fake? That's fake? That's fake? Why? Okay. Like, he just knows how to shoot. You can be a retard and know how to shoot. It's called the entire United States Marine Corps. Any one of those guys could outshoot me. And every one of those guys has watery noises in their skull. Okay? Look, the holes are already there. Wait! The holes are already there! What? I thought I saw them appear. Was I just convincing myself? Where did the bullets go then? Did neither of them even hit the... Did he miss both shots on the paper? Okay, it wasn't them appearing. It was just like the light of the camera adjusting. Are they blanks? No, there's no way somebody this stupid would use... No. They're real bullets. They have to be. Was the first one a real bullet? Is there smoke behind when he fires? Or like the plink, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Shouldn't the paper react more like wobble? It doesn't really wobble when you shoot it. The bullet moves too quickly through it. Rage bait is getting better. Hey, listen, as long as we're having fun, okay? The holes are there. Yeah, we know the holes were faked. Just like, are they even real bullet? Okay, whatever. Stop. We got this far. We're almost done. I literally just said we're not looking at any more links. Yo, Jan! Stop! No! Zoth with the $5. Not only IRA is the bill to make the U.S. the green superpower. IRA, Historic Inflation Reduction Act. Great. Do it again 3 times. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. This is just too funny. And it's a link. It's a link. What is it? I'm not watching the entire... Yes, I saw this one. The deep faked sound noises of the president's Minecraft. It's good. I agree. I'm not watching it. Fuck you. Sake with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Do you think with his mayo complexion that turns ketchup red when he gets flustered, does the Burger King always have Russian dressing? Yes, that's true. Joke. Yes. Gun and Valid with $5. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy left gamer game. Do you have any thoughts what to do about it? We could always fucking die! Which I don't plan on doing for at least 70 years. Okay. Check my Discord DMs for a cute picture. Okay, fine, but only because it's Daniil. Ooh. Just an obscenely cute little baby. Babu. Love him. Is he still wobbly? He always will be. All right. Keep that in. Okay, remember how just the other day we were looking at a video of a bunch of UK fascists screeching that like 5 brown people entered the country? From Rishi Sunak, who I have it on good authority is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? I guess anyone can be these days. Is now saying, in an effort to discourage people from illegally migrating, that if you come to the United Kingdom illegally, you cannot claim asylum, which, nice international law. You cannot benefit from our modern slavery protections. You can't make spurious human rights claims. I have no idea what this means. You can't stay. Denied access to the UK's modern slavery system. Now think for a second, okay? Whatever interpretation of this announcement you've decided to settle on in your mind, whose idea was it to describe it as the UK's modern slavery system? Yeah, truly a what did he mean by this moment. I have no idea. What did I just read? I have no idea. The messaging here is insane. Even if you kept the content of the message, the decision to call it this is insane. I also don't think this is actionable at all. This is literally just a vague Twitter threat. But a threat suggests intention, or at least tone, and I think it's worth looking at that at least. So, if you come to the UK illegally, you can't claim asylum. That right there is a violation of international law, but we can get a little beyond that. You can't stay. Well, you know, that would depend on your asylum claim in accordance with international law. But you can't benefit from our modern slavery protections. Now, there are 2 possible interpretations of this, one of which is a lot more charitable than the other, okay? The more charitable interpretation is that if you enter the country legally, as opposed to illegally, you know, to whatever extent that actually is happening, you are under the supervision and guidance of the law, and therefore it's far harder to traffic you and subject you to slavery because you're in the system. Whereas if you come here illegally, you're not in the system, definitionally, and therefore you can't really benefit from those protections. Another less charitable interpretation of this, and one that I think might be more accurate, is he saying that essentially, if you are in our country illegally, we will just not protect you from trafficking and slavery. We will, if you're not a legal citizen, it is free fucking game for traffickers. They will snatch your ass up and we won't do a thing about it. It is deliberately ambiguous, but I think that's actually what's being said here. I mean, yeah, no, yeah, it's the Tories. They don't deserve charitability. That is true. Groundbreaking new laws to stop the boats. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister made stopping the boats one of his 5 big promises to the British people. The Stop the Boats or Illegal Migration Bill will fulfill that promise by ending illegal entry as a route to asylum in the United Kingdom. This will remove the incentive for people to risk their lives through these dangerous and unnecessary journeys and pull the rug from under the criminal gangs profiting from this misery once and for all. This is a government website, by the way. This is from gov.uk. So this isn't like a news site, right? This is the UK government. You guys might remember that Italy actually imposed a similar law where they they said they'd turn away, they wouldn't accept, they wouldn't process people crossing the Mediterranean. And what happened after that, lads? Well, there wasn't actually a meaningful decrease in the number of people who tried. There was a significant increase in the number of people who died trying. It turns out that people who are desperate and fleeing to a country that they want to live in will not be stopped by this. They will continue. We're just imposing misery on them at quite an expense, too, at the taxpayer's dollar. People who arrive in the UK illegally will instead be detained and swiftly removed to their home country, if safe, or another safe third country, such as Rwanda, where they will be supported to rebuild their lives. There you go, guys. You will be returned to your home country if safe, which it probably won't be, or Rwanda, like 6,000 miles away. Do they mention the slavery thing here in the... They do. Anyone entering the UK will be prevented from accessing the UK's world-leading modern slavery support. Oh, yeah, okay, no, so they're full-on just saying, like, we will not offer you legal protection from slavery if you are an illegal immigrant. Like, to put in mind, like, how insane this is, this would be like saying if you're illegally in a country, you could legally murder them because they're not legally in the country. Like, they're not going to expend any resources to protect you from those crimes. That's exactly what they're saying here, except for slavery instead of murder. Or abusing these laws to block their removal. Any other challenges or human rights claims can also only be heard after removal remotely. Human rights abuses. Sorry, lads, you're going to have to file those court papers in Rwanda after we've shipped you to a country where a million miles away, where you're incredibly far from any source of the human rights treatment that you got. Yeah, give us a Zoom call. The UK will always be a compassionate country, as demonstrated by the nation opening its hearts and homes to those fleeing from Afghanistan and Ukraine. And under this bill, Parliament will set an annual cap on the number of refugees settled via safe and legal routes, taking into account local authority capacity for housing, public services, and the support communities rightly expect. Nice. You can't have it both ways, you know. How many Ukrainians did they even take in? Let's see. Support for Ukrainian refugees in UK. There are about 8 million Ukrainian refugees. How many of them have gone to the UK? Oh, yeah. About 161,000. We're talking about refugees that are, relatively speaking, quite educated, likely to be speaking English, 161,000. 8 million in total. Thank you. How nice of them. Yeah. How Afghanistan refugees in UK. Over 9,000 Afghans are still living in temporary accommodation in the UK 18 months after being evacuated from Afghanistan under Operation Pinning. There might have been more over the long term here. How many? No. As of the 3rd of November 2022, over 11,000 individuals had been relocated to the UK. They are seriously bragging, the Tories are seriously bragging about the compassion of the United Kingdom over a 5-digit number of Afghan refugees and just over 6 digits for Ukraine. That's what they're bragging over. Didn't some Ukrainian refugees decide to go back to Ukraine because the UK was so shit? I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to assume that it is because it makes sense to me and I find it funny. Disgusting. I really don't know how to satirize or to like make light of the, yeah, if you're here illegally, you're just open season for slave traffickers. I don't like what am I supposed to make of that? Modern slavery referrals for those who come to the UK illegally will be disqualified under public order grounds under the terms of the ECAT. So literally, like, if you're being targeted by traffickers, or if you're, you know, being swept up like that, and a claim is made, it'll be disqualified. Somebody at a government office will literally, like, look at a big piece of paper saying, there's slavery happening, and they'll go, it's happening to illegals. That's not a joke. That's not even like a comedic hyperbole. That's just the thing. That's happening. Fuck, they're going to do that with children too, aren't they? It's going to be like everyone, you know? It's going to happen with people trafficked into the UK. Like, they'll be trafficked in, and then they won't even be able to get out of the system that they're in, because even if a claim is made, it'll be like, well, you're not here legally, are you? Read the bill summary. This is the bill summary. We're looking at it. You mean the Modern Slavery Act of 2015? Because it's quite long and a little bit dry. You forgot slavery is part of British culture, Sweaty? Well, they banned slavery well before the United States did, but this just it represents such an inhuman level of cruelty and callousness. The people in our society who are already the weakest and the most dispossessed, and, you know, like, of all of the attitudes to take, being like, yeah, we just won't protect you from traffickers. Like, this really is only one step away from going like, well, you can just do crimes against them, you know? This isn't far from that at all. Conceptually, we're in the exact same space. It's not Vosh, in the summary, unaccompanied children, minors who come to the UK illegally will not be removed to a safe third country until adulthood, except in limited circumstances. Yeah, but what if they're with their families? And even if they're not removed to a safe third country until adulthood, does that mean they're immune to the like slavery protection annulment? Separation, probably. Maybe. While they did ban slavery before the US, the Brits still practiced it for quite a while after the fact. Well, to be fair, so did we. That's cool. Don't worry, guys. There is some justice in the universe. You see, the PM is getting ratioed on Twitter for this one. 14.5k quote tweets and 10k likes. So that's good, I guess. All right. That's cool. That's all a thing that's happening. They talk about the DeSantis thing, too. Yeah, sorry guys. It's mostly bad news this stream. You know, it's not as though the political pendulum has been swinging in our favor lately, so John Oliver did a good DeSantis episode. Yes, I saw that. At least we got base Tate. Yes, that is true. We do now know for a fact that Andrew Tate is a trans ally. So that's good. You know, that's positive. It's a change for the better. One of the few we're getting today. Thank you, Vermin. I feel like the camera focus is off. I don't think they did anything. Vosh, I disagree. John's episode is very weak because it tried to call him out in hypocrisy and hurting minorities without realizing he doesn't care. No, I don't think that's true. Well, I mean, what do you want John Oliver to say? Obviously, the most he can do is point out how Ron DeSantis is bad and harmful and hypocrite and so on and so forth. Because all of the subsequent statements that one would make under that set of circumstances would probably not be permitted by his airing network. You know, it's the fundamental limit. Did you see the Georgia country protests? No, I did not. Oh my God. News. I hate news. You should look at Matt Walsh's full segment talking about the transgenocide stuff. No, I don't think I should. One moment. So, an often under-discussed factor in the upcoming 2024 Republican presidential primaries is the fact that Ron DeSantis, or Ron DeSanctimonious, or Little D is also a name, I guess, that Trump is considering for him. He was in the Navy, of course. He was also stationed at Guantanamo Bay. Now, we don't talk much about Guantanamo Bay these days. You know, it's not in the media highlight cycle. It's not doing the same stuff that it was doing 20 years ago. Certainly, it's still doing plenty of bad stuff, but it's not quite at its apex of relevance. But Ron DeSantis was there when it was at its apex of relevance. And recently, by which I mean, I think just the other day, a podcast discussion between Mike Preisner, an Iraq War veteran, and Mansour Adaifi, a former detainee at Guantanamo Bay, talked about DeSantis a little bit of inside info on the political situation. And unfortunately, it's one of those things that I don't really have much to add with. It kind of, I mean, you'll know as soon as I start reading. There's very little commentary on my part. Oh yeah, I read this, unfortunately. All right, we'll just get to it. Wasn't this a story like 2 months ago? Yes. But A lot of the information we have on DeSantis at Guantanamo Bay is classified. It is military, after all. So we don't have much in the way of, like, specifics. This gets specific. Mansour Adaifi, that's the former detainee at Gitmo. As you know, Guantanamo was created out of the legal zone, out of the legal system. Torture was the mechanism of Guantanamo. Torture, abuse, and experimenting on prisoners. We went on a massive hunger strike in 2005, and there was force feeding. It was torture. I saw a fucking handsome person come in, and he said, "I'm here to ensure that you are treated humanely." Mike says, "It was Ron DeSantis?" And Adaifi says, "Yes. And if you have any problems, if you have any concerns, just talk to me," he said. We were drowning in that place. So I was like, oh, this is cool. This person will raise the concerns. But it was a piece of the game. What they were doing was looking for what hurts us more so they could use it against us. In 2006, when DeSantis was there, it was one of the worst times in Guantanamo. The administration, the guards, all of them were the worst. They cracked down on us so hard. When they came to break our hunger strike, a team came to us. The head of the team, he was a general. He said, "I have a job. I was sent here to break your fucking hunger strike. I don't care why you are here. I don't care who you are. My job is to make you eat. Today we are talking. Tomorrow there will be no talking." The second day, they brought piles of Ensure, and they started force-feeding us over and over again. Mike says, for those who don't know, Ensure is a thick, milky nutritional shake mainly marketed on daytime television to elderly people. It is very hard to drink. Adaifi says, yes, and Ron DeSantis was there watching us. We were crying, screaming. We were tied to the feeding chair, and he was watching. He was laughing. Our stomachs could not hold this amount of Ensure. They poured one can after another. So when he approached me, I said, "This is the way we are treated." He said, "You should eat." I threw up on his face, literally on his face. Preisner says, "Ron DeSantis?" And Adaifi says, "In his face, yeah." Preisner says, "It was well deserved. A JAG lawyer at the time, he would have been well aware this was a violation of international law. There's no question it was torture." Adaifi continues, "They used to restrain us in that feeding chair. They tied our head, our shoulders, our wrists, our thighs, and our legs. They put some kind of laxative in the feeding liquid. We were shitting ourselves all the time. Then we were moved to solitary confinement, really cold cells. It was like 5 times a day. It wasn't feeding, it was just torture. 5 times a day. You couldn't possibly handle it. They just kept pouring the Ensure. In 1 week, they broke all the hunger strikers. And he was there. All of them were watching. They also used to beat us. And if we screamed or were bleeding out of our nose and mouth, they were like, eat. The only word they told you was eat. We were beaten all day long. Whatever you were doing, they just beat you. Pepper spray, beating, sleep deprivation. That continued for 3 months. And he was there. He was one of the people that supervised the torture, the abuses, the beatings. All the time at Guantanamo. So Preisner says, so Ron DeSantis was actually supervising torture, beatings? He was supervising these force feedings? Adaifi says, I'm telling Americans this guy is a torturer. He is a criminal. He was laughing. And he was there to ensure we were treated humanely. Preisner said he was laughing? Adaifi says, yes, they were looking at us laughing because we were shitting ourselves. I was screaming and yelling. When your stomach is full of Ensure, you can't breathe, and you are throwing up at the same time. I was screaming. I looked at him and he was actually smiling, like somebody who was enjoying it. One of the things that hurt us was, when someone comes and tells you, I am here to help you, I'm here to ensure that you are treated humanely. And when he turns against us, not turned against us, showed his true face, it was a shock to all of us. He had his notebook. He would ask the prisoners, do you have any problems? How can I help you? How have the guards treated you? I was like, wow, thanks. But everything we told him was turned against us. So Preisner says, so basically he was gathering intelligence to tell the interrogators what it was that was impacting you most so they could do it more. Adaifi says, I remember when we were talking about the noise in the night. We were talking about the vacuums, the generators, the fans, and everything, and they brought in more stuff. Preisner says, so you told DeSantis this, and then they increased the noise. Adaifi says, they increased the noise. And the food, for example. We told him we don't eat meat. What the guards did after that is they mixed all the food with meat. Preisner says, so that's another thing you told DeSantis? Adaifi says it's not just that. Medicine, clothing, treatment, sleeping, the desecration of the Quran, everything. We talked to him when they were force-feeding us. He was smiling, looking at us as trash. Preisner says, you told me there was a resistance tactic there of splashing administrators, splashing them with your own feces, but you didn't use this tactic often? Adaifi says, only the worst of the worst got splashed. Preisner, DeSantis? Adaifi, yes. So yeah, as I said, there's very little that I can add to this. Kind of defies annotation. Yeah, so there's a reason why a lot of the official records of DeSantis' participation at Gitmo and a lot of people's are classified. Now, in terms of the moral character of these people and the national station of what we were doing there at Gitmo, it's essentially the same thing that what do they call it? The Japanese unit in Manchuria was doing. It's the same as what the Nazi doctors were doing during the Holocaust. There's always in the worst excesses of an administration driven by xenophobia or sort of ethnic bias. It's like a disease. It's a cancer, and invariably, you know, as this cancer spreads, there will be a portion of the military and political bureaucracy that is motivated purely out of sadism. I think you could fairly analogize this to like demonic or antichrist-like behavior. I think that's a fair analogization because we're talking about like it goes, there's no rational purpose to it. There's not even some kind of like rote utilitarian like, well, the ends justify the means, or who cares? It's the only purpose there is sadism. And you know, like I guess a demon would, you know, there's no sense to it. There's no point. This guy could be one of the most powerful people in the world in just a couple of years if he wins, you know. I mean, he would be the president of the United States of America, commander-in-chief of the world's most powerful military. He's trying to turn Florida into a little petty tyrant state right now, and he will do the exact same thing if he's put in charge. This is why I've said, you know, Trump and DeSantis are different. They're both fascists. I don't mean to downplay Trump. But DeSantis is competent in ways that Trump is not. And what's more, I don't actually think that Trump is a sadist. I think his only emotional drive is to get applause. Certainly the people that he's getting applause from are fascists, so he will do and say many terrible things to get that applause, but it is ultimately for that. I don't think he's doing it because he privately enjoys people suffering. I don't think he thinks about them. You know what I mean? I genuinely don't think that Trump cares about the people who get bowled over in his wake. I think it's immaterial to him. The difference there being with DeSantis is that I think he probably like gets off to it, you know? That sounds like a joke. I honestly don't know if it is. This is a deep level of psychological degeneracy that I think you could fairly say almost anything negative about DeSantis, and it would probably just be true. I think you would struggle to make an accusation that would not land against him as long as that accusation was a negative one. He's a demon, essentially, and this is one of the reasons why I am, of course, a MAGA communist. Because, look, all I'm saying is that in the primary war between DeSantis and Trump, I know who I'm siding with, unequivocally, 100%. Look at what Donald Trump managed to do in 4 years of office. Not much. Look at what DeSantis has done in the past 2 years as governor of Florida. A lot. I know who I'm rooting for in the primary. Right. The only other thing that I have to say here is that I think it's really important to understand that especially DeSantis, but a large portion of the Republican electorate of politicians, they are like this. Politicians and powerful people generally are often like fucking sociopaths, But I don't think that this is regular sociopathic behavior. You know, sociopathy, if you actually think about it, and by the way, the term now is anti-personal or anti-personal. Wait, what is it? Antisocial personality disorder. That's right. Antisocial personality disorder can take a lot of forms. It's not. It's a very broad descriptor, and whatever that broad categorization encompasses, this is the farthest end of it. This is not like regular, you know, this is not like, well, politicians are like this. This describes a very particular kind of rot. And a lot of the people around DeSantis, people who know him, his family, his so-called friends, the people next to him, they know that he's like this. A great many people are fully aware of how he is, and they like that because they are also like that. Cool. Yeah, sorry guys, like I said, I'm not entirely sure how to keep the peppy tone up when we're talking about stuff like this. Play Bayo. Hold on. Stock. Bluestone. You live this time. Are there any good union drives going on right now? It's the end of the world. Of course there aren't. Don't worry, we still have stuff to talk about. The Elon shit is pretty funny. I've been saving that for last because it's funny. I don't normally have to portion out the stuff that we talk about to like... That's actually the reason we watched the cut video earlier, because I knew that we'd at some point have to go over the force-feeding Guantanamo Bay, Ron DeSantis, this guy has a serious shot at being president bit later on. So I thought it would be good to like kind of pad out the beginning a little bit. Yes, the Ron DeSantis manifesto, rationing happy segments. You know, you make fun, but whenever I have a stream or two where it's all negative news, I get emails from people asking me to convince them to not kill themselves, okay? By the way, not my job, with all respect. Please don't, but oh my god, that's a lot to get in an email. I have to, like, portion things appropriately. You know, it's... Show us a cat. I think they're sleeping right now. Sorry. Yeah, keep it in the vent channel. Damn man, the world is miserable, Jesus. Well, keep in mind, the world has been like this for a long time, basically forever. You think the old monarchs of Europe were all like competent leaders? A lot of these people would torture people for fun. They were psychopaths and monsters. There's always been a lot of good and there's always been a lot of bad. And I think the issue is that we've been operating under a kind of delusion for a little while now, you know, since liberalism, the idea that you know, like effective and regimented institutions and bureaucracies are capable of ironing out those issues, you know? Like, you can bureaucracy stuff up all you want, but there are fundamental underlying reasons for this kind of behavior. In the case of Ron DeSantis, this is a very, very clear Marxist case for a proletarian society, because the things that made Ron DeSantis what he is, the monster that he is, are fundamentally a product of class distinction and military indoctrination. At every point in Ron DeSantis' life, he has been put in a position above others, and he has been told nonstop, you know, affirmed at every opportunity, you know, you are better than these people. They are a different kind of person to you and others. This justifies your behavior. And it is categorical distinctions that allow that, you know? We have to We have to abolish them entirely. There's plenty of room for individuality and uniqueness within a given social class, but there cannot be distinctions between the classes. Because if they are, they don't actually facilitate individuality. They do the opposite. They stifle it. Yes. Plus you get to be in VGG. Okay, the Elon Musk stuff was going to be at the end of the stream, but it's 8:30. I am pretty tired. I stream tomorrow. I think we have a debate tomorrow. Do we have a debate tomorrow? Wait. My email is a bit clogged up right now. Wait, this person wants to debate me, and they emailed me 5 minutes ago. I am free now if you are. Okay, yeah, we have a debate tomorrow, and we have a conversation with a historian. That's nice. Okay. I think it'll work out timing-wise. Let me see if we get a response from this person. Not everyone has notifications on for their emails, though they might be watching the stream right now. I mean, if they're a viewer, so. While I'm waiting on their response, I am going to clear some email. No, I shouldn't do that. Ugh, I'm just so tired. I've been doing a lot of physical labor around the house lately. On the plus side, my effort at getting rid of my costochondritis so far has been going pretty well, you know. My ongoing chest injury, it's I've been just dousing myself in anti-inflammatories at a doctor's recommendation. Goofy vid to watch and relax. I hate relaxing. The Banana Republics. We're not watching a Salmonella Academy video. Let me come on to give you fitness advice when you get back to him. Nice try, Alec Gunter. I spent quite a long time learning about fitness stuff back when I was young. I know that my my flabbish appearance now may lure you into believing that I'm not educated on the subject, but I'm gonna get right the fuck back into it the nanosecond I get the chance. We'll see if they respond. I'll wait just a little bit. Hasidic Jews in New York burning the Israeli flag. Nice, I love it when they do that. Will you play Bayonetta while you debate? Probably not. Matt Walsh is tattling to the cops after somebody ratioed him on Twitter. Nice. Nice try, Alec. Afternoon, Dino Smash. I think we'll be streaming in the middle of the day. Yeah, we've got super low energy. I think everyone does to an extent, and not in an unwarranted way. I'm just waiting to see if they respond to the email. If not, we can do the Elon Musk segment. Read the Paul Ryan wiki pages, do my shit. Why would I do that? Watch hits and misses? Why? You people have if you watch me, you know what I'm into. What are you doing? Why would I read the Paul Ryan wiki page? More kitten eye wash? No. Might want to talk about a lot of people being charged for domestic terrorism for protesting a cop city in Georgia. We did talk about the Stop Cop City thing a little while ago. That stuff has been popping the fuck off, man. I remember there were a bunch of people, just a couple of days ago, they were screeching about like a fire being set that didn't hurt anyone. New Schwarzenegger video? That's true. I don't think they're going to respond to the email, lads. Oh my god, this is 12 minutes? I never even noticed the length.
I want to talk to you today about the rising hate and anti-Semitism we've seen all over the world. You know, a few months ago, I toured Auschwitz, the Nazi concentration camp, where 1.1 million men, women, and is coming out of those showers. And then you worked your butt off while getting almost nothing to eat, until you looked more like a ghost than a person. And then when you couldn't work anymore, and they considered you useless, they sent you to the showers too. Once you've spent the time to really think about all of those things, then your imagination has no choice but to start the real work. How do we stop this from ever happening again? You know, after a trip to Auschwitz, you will never question why. Never.
You know, I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny how when Republicans are going on tirades about rhinos, you know, they'll say like Jeb Bush or Mitt Romney or John McCain back when he was alive. They don't mention Arnold Schwarzenegger because he is so popular and so culturally entrenched and beloved, you know, for a number of reasons. Even though like the most people have like, you know, Romney or whatever have just kind of not voted along with some of the worst bills and protested a bit at the media. Whereas Schwarzenegger will come out with these like big, edited, well-produced videos, you know, and he was a Republican governor. It's not like he's just any random guy. Like he was with their party and a prominent member of it for a long time. Arnold was a Republican? Yeah. Well, I mean, he still is a Republican, technically. He was the governor of California. He's like a neocon, you know? But I guess it would be pretty difficult to make the argument that he's soy. I guess it would be very, like, you know, they can't rely on that one here.
Again. Second World War. You know, they drank to numb their pain. Their bodies were riddled with injuries and shrapnels from the eve of war, and their hearts and their minds were equally riddled with guilt. But besides the guilt and the injuries, they felt like losers, not only because they lost the war, but also because they fell for a horrible loser ideology. They were lied to.
I know this is such a trite point. It is genuinely insane how fucking dumb he looks. I can't believe. I actually think this is under-discussed, you know? Like, it's actually, like, fucking crazy how stupid he looks. It just, like, and this is the people, you know, their ideology is all about, like, innate genetic supremacy evidence in every fiber of your being. And then this is the guy. I know this is hardly unremarked upon, but, like, man, he could have looked less weird. Like, you'd think, like, Nazi leader, you may, like, he loses some weight, has a less, I guess the mustache wasn't considered weird back then, but I feel like his hair is, right?
Loser ideology. They were lied to and misled into a path that ended in misery. Some of them joined the Nazis because they were filled with hate. Some of them joined because they thought they deserved more in their lives. And they bought into that idea that the only way to make their lives better was to make other lives worse. Some of them joined because they were frustrated with the government, and some of them just joined because everyone else was doing it. In the end, it didn't really matter why they joined. They were all broken in the same way. That's the bottom line here. I mean, if you find yourself at the crossroads, wondering if that path of hate might make sense to you for one reason or the other, or even wrapping yourself with a flag of hate, I want you to know where that path ends. I want you to see it very clearly in front of you in your mind. Because throughout history, hate has always been the easy path, the path of least resistance. I get it. And I mean, it's easier to find a scapegoat for a problem than to try to make things better ourselves, right? But let me be clear, you will not find success on the end of that road. You will not find fulfillment or happiness. Because hate burns fast in pride. It might make you feel empowered for a while, but eventually consumes whatever vessel it fuels. It breaks you. It's the path of the weak. And that's why...
You know what I'd be really interested in learning about? I don't know how I would learn this, but I'd be really interested in seeing how the enthusiasm for the Nazi ideology waned as they began to lose the war effort. Because he's right, hate burns bright, but not for long, right? You know, you can whip people into a war furor pretty, like, quickly, but that's not like a sustainable foundation for a society. And I wonder, you know, obviously the Nazis would have had to suppress dissident speech the whole way through. But I bet you, and I bet you anything, that back in like 1937, 38, 39, like people in Germany were pretty fucking stoked. Like he had annexed Austria, he had annexed the Sudetenland, right? Like I'm willing to bet that there was a lot of genuine enthusiasm in Germany, right? And then, obviously, the war starts, and, like, more and more people die, and more people lose. And as things went on, I wonder, like, how much of that enthusiasm dried up, and the only thing keeping it together was just like, oh yeah, well, they'll shoot you if you say all this, you know? Like, because it'd be really difficult to know, of course. You would have to get, like, first-hand accounts after the fact, or, like, somebody wrote a documentary, or not a documentary, sorry, I'm so tired. Like an autobiography, memoir, anything like that, where they were like, yeah, people were pretty hyped up to begin with, but it didn't last, you know? You'd have to ask a real historian. It's a more specific subject that I'd be interested in learning about, but you could learn some pretty cool anecdotes there, right? Like, can you imagine if I had those bangers for when inevitably, like, Nazis become even more mainstream than they are now? And it's like, yeah, okay, well, you need to learn about this, man. They all were all hyped up like you were in the beginning, and then they just fell out of it because it was a loser ideology.
there has never been a successful movement based on hate. I mean, think about that. The Nazis, losers. The Confederacy, losers. The apartheid movement, losers. And the list goes on and on. I don't want you to be a loser.
There have been plenty of bad things that were successful, but I do think it's true that the long-term bad things that stabilized out had more to do with systemic oppression and less to do with hate, if that makes any sense. Like, for instance, capitalism has persistently oppressed the poor, but the oppression of the poor, while it often contains hatred for the poor, it's not really a hate-based movement. The mechanisms of neoliberalism that maintain our class structure aren't fueled by hatred. They're fueled by an economic logic. You know, they're fueled by systems on systems on systems. Capitalism is not a hate-based movement in the way that Nazism or like Confederate slavery would have been.
I don't want you to be weak. See, I've spent
Based, my man, how, from the governor himself.
I think you. Challenges you to get hurty feelings and to go and find some echo chamber that will tell you that you are right and they're wrong. But remember, easier isn't better. It isn't. When you spend your life looking for scapegoats, you take away your own responsibility. You remove your own power. You steal your own strength. Nobody who has chosen the easy path of hate has gotten to the end of that road and said, "Oh, what a life." No. They die as miserably as they lived. No matter how far you've gone, I want you to know that you still have the chance to choose a life of strength. But you have to give up your war against everyone that you hate.
I really like this framing as strength as a positive thing, you know? Because oftentimes movement into the alt-right is framed as some kind of like rejection of modernity and liberal weakness. When obviously, like we know, fascists are very weak people. Interpersonally, they are like deeply insecure and pretty like pathetic. Every time we talk to a fascist on stream, like consistently, over and over and over again, like the same traits make themselves evident. So I like that he's reaffirming the idea that strength is a rejection of all that.
And deadlift 700. It didn't feel like a walk in the park. It wasn't easy, no. I was uncomfortable. It was painful. I mean, look at those photos. I was struggling. I was crying out loud in pain. You know something? Your mind and your character are no different than your body and your muscles. If you want to grow as a person, you really have to make friends with pain. Embrace the discomfort. Enjoy the struggle. You have two paths in front of you right now. One of them is going to be the harder one today. It's going to be downright painful. You will have to force your brain to think in new ways. You might lose some friends. Moments of my life. But in that darkness, a woman who survived the horrors of Auschwitz helped me find the light. I spent some time with her. Had a wonderful conversation with her. And she told me that the Nazis could conquer cities and countries. They could take her freedom, her friends, her family, even her life. But they could never conquer her mind. What strength that woman had. Wow. So, the bottom line is, I don't care how many hateful things you may have written online. I don't care how often you've marched with carrying that hateful flag, or what hateful things you may have said in anger. There's still hope for you. There's still time for you. Choose strength. Choose life. Conquer your mind. You can do it. Thank you very much for listening.
Neat. That was actually really good. I only watched the first minute before, and I retweeted it, and I thought, oh, I can watch it on stream sometime. It's actually a really good video. Yeah. Links already, STL, right after that. Thanks. Thank you, STL, my most autistic chatter, for we got a 12-minute uplifting video, and then you immediately remind me of the DeSantis force-feeding torture shit by telling me to retweet your meme. Thank you. It's a good video. Click this link, it's a video. No! Doesn't Arnold have some dog shit economic takes or something? Wasn't he a Republican? Yes, he was a Republican governor in California. Did the email debater get back to you? No, he didn't. See, this is the issue with trying to debate with me. If I'm not that interested in the topic of conversation, but, you know, like, it's still maybe enough for thing. I usually am like, hey, are you on now? But a lot of people don't have notifications on for email, which means they don't see that I'm on now. He's probably, like, jerking off right now. The bar is low, just above Nazi. In terms of interesting debate, well, it has more to do with the attitude of the person than anything else. Somebody sent me this. Scott Adams interview It's Okay to Be White from Hotep Jesus. What? What?
You ran into some weak arguments for reparations. What were the weaker arguments? And
I assume Hotep Jesus is like far right.
I disavow them completely for agreeing with me for all the wrong reasons. but I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the support. But yeah, I disavow them completely. They're just agreeing with me for the wrong reasons.
He's talking about white nationalists.
But what can I do about that?
Yeah, I've been hit with the 13 and 50 for the past 48 hours. 13 and 50.
Wait, a 13?
Well,
what's that?
This is a white nationalist trope where they say black people are 13% of the population and they commit 50% of the violent crimes in America, right? So the whole 13 and 50 trope, which is, we don't have to get into how bizarre or inaccurate that stat is.
Well, but let's be more provocative. Let me ask you the question. When Black Americans become wealthy, they usually move away from high crime areas, don't they?
From high crime areas, yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't everyone move away from high crime areas when they become wealthy? Isn't that? I think we all do that, right? It's how it works, kind of.
And there is, unfortunately, because of systemic racism, those high crime areas are concentrated often in Black areas for no fault of the Black people, because systemic racism has brought us to this point.
Woke Scott Adams.
So would it be reasonable for a successful Black person to say, you know what, the best thing I could do is go to a low crime neighborhood, and unfortunately for me, a lot of white people there. Would that be reasonable?
Yes, but some nuance, as we talked about in the green room. I live in an area predominantly that's got a lot of Indians moving in. So I perceive white people as being lower class. So I want to be near the Indians. So if I
what are we talking about here? I'm confused about what the.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do have to come back to the how you've radicalized white nationalists and so on and so forth. And I know you've in case you just joining, you did what's the term you used?
Revoke.
When you so help me through this, right? I understand and you understand that you can phrase
This is a very meandering talk. Every time I click somewhere, I feel like they're both just kind of staring at each other.
Things in certain ways to bring conservatives to your side. For example, with the reparations conversation, I looked at it very briefly, took about 10 minutes, and I said, what if we frame reparations as Democrats must pay? All right? All of a sudden, the conservatives was like, yeah, reparations, right? And I'm thinking to myself, well, how come nobody else thought about that, right?
I love that.
But I think the issue that people have is, why do we got to go through these extra steps of thinking just to prove that there's some systemic racist problems for Black people? Why can't we just get Republicans and white conservatives to say there's systemic racism in America without the context?
Oh, yeah. Here's the trap there. If you say there is systemic racism, and then let's say the Republicans agreed on that premise. Now, I agree with it, but I'm not a politician. Yeah. If they agree with it, then people can start packing things under that label. Republicans you can deal with on an issue basis. So, for example, Republicans are not going to say, let's fund Black Lives Matter. Right. But Black Lives Matter wanted more body cams on police. Conservatives have no issue with that whatsoever. Would probably help you fund it. So if
Yeah, they do.
You took it down to like, tell me specifically what you want to do. It ends up being the same stuff.
I don't. Okay. I thought this was going to be a black separatist. His name is Hotep Jesus. Okay, and a white nationalist because he literally said white and black people should separate, and they would both be agreeing on the separation part, but for different reasons. But instead, neither of them is talking about how they want to separate, and they're agreeing on systemic racism, and I have no idea. Rapid fire questions. What is their what's the note on the interview? What
If you had to choose between Trump and DeSantis, where do you sit on that? That's a big, huge conversation right now, assuming DeSantis did decide to run and you had to choose today. Who would you choose between Trump and DeSantis?
Well, I'm going to stay a single issue voter on fentanyl. So right now, Trump has a strong stance on fentanyl. And DeSantis, I don't know that he's weighed in, like he would as a president. So he's sort of doing a governor's job, a great governor's job, by the way. I think he's doing terrific. And if they stayed that way, I'm still a single issue voter, so I'd go with Trump. If DeSantis...
Wait, did his son die from an overdose? His son died. No, his son died from a fentanyl overdose, didn't he? I think so. Yeah, that's why.
Had, let's say, a similar...
That's still retarded. Yeah, it is retarded. But, like, that's why he's being retarded.
Fentanyl opinion, I'd probably go for youth. Because I think everybody needs that. Right?
Absolutely.
That's not left or right. Everybody needs that. We need a younger president.
Would you like to see more black people vote Republican? Do you think that would help? Or
what is the disagreement? Is there no disagreement? I'm so confused. I don't. Hotep Con? What? I saw white people. Okay. Can you go next year? Do you think they'd take me? Hotep Con. 2022. They're advertising the chef they hired on the front page? That's interesting. This seems more like a hobbyist. This is like a lifestylist thing. This isn't like a real political conference. This is like... Okay. This is so weird. I need to do VoshCon is what I need to do. I could unironically, if I set that in like, if I set that in LA or Seattle or something, I could unironically probably sell like a couple hundred tickets. I could make my money back. Could get cheese wheels. Yeah, we're not getting Nemo back. Okay, close that. Close this. All right, we got to talk about Funny Spaceman. Funny Spaceman. All right, hold on. I have to get the tweets ready. Hold on. Almost done. Nice. All right. We have a Twitter main character, okay? Yeah, you know, Elon Musk has been mismanaging Twitter pretty actively and pretty publicly for a while. Though this is definitely one of the more egregious examples, okay? So I want you to take in a visage, all right? I want you to look at a guy, specifically this guy. You might notice a couple of traits going on here. First of all, he seems to be wearing a black turtleneck, and you're right. He's Danish or Norwegian or something like that. I don't know. I don't really care. Northern European. You could probably tell from the beard, too. Also, he's in a wheelchair. Icelandic. With their king. Don't wait. Hold on. Don't call him a king. Okay, that means something over there. They still have a monarchy, don't they? Don't they have a king? They all have kings. Icelandish king. Crown Prince Haakon. Who's the current king? His Royal Highness Crown Prince Haakon. Iceland does not had a king. No, that was medieval Iceland. Okay, this is tangential. Principality. That's Norway. Okay. You'll not distract me anymore. So, my man over here is a Twitter employee. Dear Elon Musk, 9 days ago, the access to my work computer was cut, along with about 200 other Twitter employees. However, your head of HR is not able to confirm if I'm an employee or not. You've not answered my emails. Maybe if enough people retweet, you'll answer me here. So this is how business is done at Twitter. And this has happened before, where, like, if you're laid off, you just can't log into the site anymore. You can no longer, if you're laid off, you just can't access your back-end stuff as an employee. And if you're, if you're fired, it's just like, oh, you wake up one day, you can't do your business. Okay. And telling of a company that is horribly managed in the back, there's no coordination on this. So people just get fired and nobody knows that it's happened. But he gets Elon's attention. What work have you been doing? I would need to break confidentiality to answer this question here. If you have your lawyers share in writing that I can do that, then I'd be happy to discuss that openly. Elon Musk, super genius. It's approved. You go ahead. So, like, we're doing an exit interview on Twitter. Just like, okay, because again, there is nothing Elon cares more about than a Twitter call out. He will sacrifice anything for a Twitter call out. So his engagement, like, literally, sure, we'll just do this right here, okay? I am the NDA. Among others, led the effort to save about 500,000 in one SaaS contract, supported closing down many others, led prioritization of design projects across the blah, 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 blah. Elon, which contract exactly? Prioritization of what design projects? Figma, all active design projects, laughing, crying emoji. So essentially what Elon is saying here is, like, let's do your exit interview here. You have been laid off, and I'm just going to, like, ask you a bunch of probing questions in an attempt to humiliate you in your way out. That's what he's doing, right? Like, oh, You do work here, huh? Okay, sure. Break confidentiality, I give you permission. Let's see. What do you actually do? And then he's going to be like, ha, you don't actually do anything. There's a full log here. It's kind of hard to track all of it because it meanders. The tweet threads. Look at this. Led design crits to help level up design across the company, was hiring manager for all design roles, worked on efforts to steer the company away from focusing on power users and on to younger users. Level up from what design to what? Picks or it didn't happen. We haven't hired design roles in 4 months. What changes did you make to help with the youth? Elon has no fucking idea what the jobs in his company are. So so like a child saying, ah, yeah, well, what did you do? What did you do then? Yeah, what did you do? You know, and then you can see he posted the YouTube link of the bit, you know, what would you say you do here? So he's like making fun of him, right? Like it's all a big meme. So, okay, so at the face of it, right, the apparent purpose of this behavior is just to humiliate this employee. And Elon actually responded to this series of images. The reality is that this guy, who is independently wealthy, did no actual work, claimed as his excuse he had a disability that prevented him from typing, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. Can't say I have a lot of respect for that. So, again, Elon has no idea what work this guy has done. He was just throwing a bunch of questions out there in a desperate attempt to come across as smarter than the person who he just sort of accidentally fired. Now he's disclosing disability, insulting the guy, and saying like, wow, well, he says he can't type, but he was tweeting. All right. So this is the part in this interaction where the like Kill Bill siren song starts playing. The guy in the wheelchair made another tweet thread. Okay, following long threaded back and forth replies on Twitter is a bit complicated, so let me give you the highlights. After no straight answers on my employment status for 9 days, I asked Elon Musk to tell me if I had been laid off. He sort of replied. He asked me what I'd been working on. When I told him, he laughed at me, which to be fair, I get, I am quite funny. Then all of a sudden, Twitter's head of HR, who had previously twice been unable to tell me if I had a job or not, emailed and said I was no longer employed. Which is totally okay and happens all the time. Companies let people go, that's within their rights. They usually tell people about it, but that's seemingly the optional part at Twitter now. But okay, fair enough. I've been laid off and I'm okay with that. Next up, though, is finding out if Twitter will pay me what they owe me per my contract. Or will Elon Musk, one of the richest people in the world, try to avoid paying? Stay tuned. And then, as a quote tweet to Elon Musk dragging him and saying he couldn't possibly have a disability because he was tweeting, he puts out a big tweet thread, which I have no commentary on and I have to read in full. Hi again, Elon. I hope you're well. I'm fine too. I'm thankful for your interest in my health. But since you mentioned it, I wanted to give you more info. I have muscular dystrophy. It has many effects on my body. Let me tell you what they are. My legs were the first to go. When I was 25 years old, I started using a wheelchair. It's been 20 years since then. In that time, the rest of my body's been failing on me too. I need help to get in and out of bed and to use the toilet. For a long time, I thought my arms would remain strong. A doctor told me they would. But they ended up losing strength, which I don't mind telling you was hard to accept. But you okay the cards you're dealt, and I've managed to create a wonderful life. My family's the best. I have 2 kids and I see them every day. I recommend that. My wife is fantastic. Strong, kind, smart, amazing artist. Couldn't be happier with her. About 9 years ago, I started a company called Uno.co. I think that's how you say that. Uno? I worked a lot. It didn't do my body any favors, but it's what I felt I needed to do. The hard work paid off and the company became very successful. We worked for more or less every big tech company. We grew fast and made money. I think that's what you are referring to when you say independently wealthy. that I independently made my money as opposed to, say, inherited an emerald mine. But after 7 years, I was tired. COVID was running for longer than the 2 weeks you said it would, and my body was continuing to get weaker. After looking at many options, I decided to sell my company to Twitter. So that's right. Elon dragged this guy for being independently wealthy when the independent wealth that he got was him making a company that sold to Twitter. Financially, it wasn't the best decision. My company was making a lot of money and Twitter's offer was lower than any smart valuation would say. But like you, I made a bet on Twitter having a lot more potential than it has had. I joined at a time when the company was growing fast. You kind of did the opposite. There was a lot going on. The company had a fair amount of issues, but then again, most bigger companies do. Or even smaller companies, like Twitter today. Fuck, that's good. Anyway, I digress. Are you still reading, or is the bathroom break over? What was I saying? Ah, yes. And then you bought the company and told employees you weren't firing 75% of them, which you did. I wasn't in the first batch, or the second, or the third, or the fourth. I'm not sure which layoff round I was in. There were so many of them. Each one came after you promised the last one was the final one. During my time at the new Twitter, or 2.0 as you called it, I talked to my manager every week and asked what I should focus on. Then I proceeded to do those things, every one of them. I also contacted HR regularly and asked if my job description was still correct or needed updating. I wanted to make sure I was doing what I was supposed to. They always said they were looking into it, but I never got a reply. And now finally to my fingers, which I know you have great concern for. Thank you for that, by the way. I'll tell you what I told them. I'm not able to do manual work, which in this case means typing or using a mouse, for extended periods of time without my hands starting to cramp. I can, however, write for an hour or two at a time. This wasn't an issue for Twitter 1.0, since I was a senior director and my job was mostly to help teams move forward, give them strategic and tactical guidance. But as I told HR, I'm assuming that's the confidential health information you are sharing, I can't work as a hands-on designer for the reasons outlined above. I'm typing in this on my phone, by the way. It's easier because I only need to use one finger. I hope that helps. Let me know if you are going to pay what you owe me. I think you can afford it? And it turns out, this absolute mad lad, rather than accepting payment for his company being bought by Twitter in stock like sane people, he took it in wages so he could pay a higher tax to the Icelandic government because he was so proud of the work the Icelandic government had done for disability accommodation that he had taken advantage of. He deliberately got his pay in a higher tax bracket simply to contribute more to his country. But there is a contingency that if he is removed from Twitter, which would certainly be the case if he was fired, he would have the full evaluation of his company paid to him. About $100 million, apparently. So his firing is actually a financial landmine that apparently Elon was not aware of. I also saw this meme, which I thought was quite funny. Every employment lawyer on the planet watching Elon disclose an employee's disability claim he's faking it and then state it was part of why he was fired. Yeah. And the hysterical and predictable outcome to this particular arc, before versus after the lawyer calls. We saw the first tweet. The reality is that this guy did no actual work, claimed his excuse he had a disability, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. And after the lawyer calls, I would like to apologize to Hali for my misunderstanding of his situation. It was based on things I was told that were untrue, or in some cases true but not meaningful. He is considering remaining at Twitter. So cucked, the tail so firmly stuck between the legs, that he has to add on, he might stay. He might stay. Unbelievable. Now, obviously, Elon is only in this situation because he decided for no reason to be cruel to a disabled person. For no reason whatsoever, he dealt with it in the way that he did. The only reason he was getting pinged on Twitter for this is because his own company is so poorly managed that HR can't even confirm to its own employees whether or not they're currently employed. And then when he, as a product of his incompetence, they go to Twitter. When he sees somebody on Twitter getting attention for his maybe or maybe not having been fired, his response is this cruel, prolonged, what do you actually do here? He did this with a bunch of engineers after he took over Twitter. Do you remember? When a bunch of these engineers were like, okay, like, we literally keep the company up, but like, all right, yeah, you can fire us, whatever. And Elon's like, what did these guys do anyway? And then a bunch of conservatives were like, we fired 75% of the blue-haired woke staff and Twitter hasn't fallen apart yet. Meanwhile, yesterday, for a full, like, hour, Twitter API was broken and no images would load because the site couldn't access its own backend because and then Elon tweeted like, who could have known that coding was so difficult? And then, as a product of all of this, his response is just to be like needlessly cruel to a guy, a disabled guy on his way out of the company. Oh, there was another tweet here too. So sorry, forgot this one. He is a prominent, active Twitter account and is wealthy. The reason he confronted me in public was to get a big payout. Oh, he's the victim here. From what I've been told, he's done almost no work for the past 4 months, middle management or otherwise. Despite his claims on Twitter that he did work, it turns out he told HR he couldn't work because he couldn't type, but was over the same period typing up a storm on Twitter. Yet there are many people on Twitter defending him. This hurts my faith in humanity. That's what hurts his faith in humanity. That the disabled person that he's lying about bullying and disclosing the disability of had to go public to ask whether or not he was employed because his own HR team was incapable of telling him. And now he feels like he's the one who's being victimized because he wasn't aware of the gigantic money bomb that this guy's sitting on as a product of the contract that he signed when he sold his company to Twitter. Evil. Evil. And for somebody as ego-driven as Elon Musk, like, he is like Donald Trump in this respect, in that the only thing that he has going is his massive ego, and that's it. His entire life is just an empty man, like, desperately chasing any bit of public, credibility that he can get. For him to do this is like suicide for him. This is like a samurai ritual, like fucking Sudoku. Okay, he's Sudokuing all over the goddamn carpet. Can you? I think I'm fair in saying that Elon Musk is about as ego-driven as Donald Trump. And can you imagine Donald Trump tweeting out something like this? Like, there was somebody in his administration who left, and he was like, I would like to apologize to this person for my misunderstanding. I don't think Trump could do it, you know? Being kind to people is suicide. For Elon? Yes! And this isn't just being kind. Well, this isn't really being kind. Do you mean seppuku? Sudoku is funnier. This isn't really being kind. This is like sniveling, like, I will be sued into oblivion and I will lose a lot of money if I don't beg, you know? Yeah, this is essentially like him giving the Icelandic guy a rim job. I mean, it's so... By the way, this was Iceland's Person of the Year. Of all of the people to go after, man, the guy... Didn't this guy, like, lead a campaign to get wheelchair ramps installed across the entire country? This guy is basically like a one-man American Disabilities Act. Yeah, Ramp Up Iceland, building ramps throughout the nation to increase accessibility for people in wheelchairs. He's also personally donated to the legal funds of victims of sexual abuse. And he chose to take his money in wages rather than in stock options so that he didn't have to pay capital gains tax, but instead paid like the full income tax. Exact opposite of Elon. Wait, what? Who thinks like this that you become suicidal because you are compelled to be kind to people? What kind of personality disorder is that? Superjet guy, I'm going to give you an incredible opportunity here, okay? I'm going to get you the opportunity to ascend beyond your autism. Your ability to understand statements others have made is crippled by a problem with your brain. But autism, like all injuries, okay, can be cured. And I'm going to help you out with this one, okay? So if you think for just a moment, and I know that's asking a lot of you, you might realize that since the precursor to me saying this is like suicide for Elon was a thorough description of how ego-driven he is, you might then think that I am saying that it is in fact to him like suicide. Have you seen Donald Trump apologize for anything ever in a fashion such as this? I think that Elon and Trump are comparably ego-driven. I think they're both empty except for that. To people like that, to people who are narcissists or megalomaniacs, apologizing comprehensively for their behavior genuinely is like suicide. I am not joking when I say that, okay? There are people to whom a public apology for misbehavior is legitimately like whatever the greatest anxiety you felt in your life, like hands quivering, like ice in your stomach, heart beating, palpitation, sweat beating on your forehead, like a panic attack, feeling like you're going to die. It's literally over and it will not get better. That is how Elon felt as he was forced to make this tweet, okay? It is ego death to the ego men, all right? And these are no average narcissists either. And these are high-level narcissists. So when I say it's like that for them, I'm talking about their personality disorders, not my own. Also, this isn't being kind. This is desperately trying to not pay $100 million. Can Musk be sued for ADA violations or HIPAA for what he did? I feel like if this guy wanted to sue him, he could, but I don't think that he will. I think this is a pretty big PR victory. Seriously, I actually think this is the only time that Elon Musk has apologized, especially in such a slavering, pathetic way. Think about it. When he got one-upped on the saving Thai children in an underground cave thing, what did he do? Did he apologize? No, he called the other guy who actually did save them a pedophile. Did he apologize for any of the things that he's been wrong about? Any of the things that he lied about? The sexual harassment that he's done against his employees? Is he, like, anything? But this he apologizes for because he really, really, really does not want to get sued / have to pay $100 million. It just goes to show how incompetent of a businessman Elon Musk really is. And I think it's a wonderful contrast against this guy who, all rich people are evil. Except maybe him. Maybe he's cool. I'm willing to hear it out. Seems like a cool dude. Yeah. There we go. I'm willing to hear that one out, We have received a contrary application on the evil rich people subject, and I am willing to listen. Oh, he's opening up a restaurant too. In other news, I'm opening a restaurant in downtown Reykjavik soon. It's named after my mom. Like many moms, she was the best mom in the world. Kind, funny, hardworking, and a wonderful artist. And cool, oh boy, was she cool. See you soon at Anna Jonah. Or possibly Hona. That's really cute. Looks nice, too. I think this is a 3D render, but unlike most 3D renders, this is a 3D render that could actually be built. It's not like a mega city, like The Line or whatever. Dude certainly has the money for it. It does look really cozy. I believe it's pronounced Yona. Okay, so it'd be Anna Yona. That sounds nice. Anna Yona. Oh, you're right. It does say restaurant, bar, cinema. Oh, I guess it'll have a movie theater component. That's cool. So yeah, if we're gonna settle on anything here, it'll be that this dude's cool, I guess. I will not Wikipedia him, because if he's done something bad, it'll make me feel a bit sad. Best not to. Let's not tempt fate then, huh? Oh, sorry. Check the controversy section. All right, I'll do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna tempt fate. I'm just gonna copy paste his name because I don't know how to type those characters. Harder was born with a genetic congenital muscle disease that forced him to use a wheelchair. His mother died when he was 11 in a car accident caused by a drunk driver. Wow, okay. Then he created that company. He was named the Icelandic Businessman of the Year by the Icelandic Association of Business and Economists. Sold it to Twitter. In an agreement between him and Twitter, most of the purchase price was paid as salary to maximize the tax he'd pay for the sale in Iceland. He chose to pay the tax out of respect to Iceland for the disability benefits he received. Per the agreement, he paid the second highest tax of any individual in Iceland in 2021. Started a project called Ramp Up Reykjavik. Reykjavik is like the one city in Iceland. You guys all know Iceland is like that tiny island. Reykjavik is like their one city. I actually was given an opportunity to travel there, but it didn't work out one time. It's really beautiful there. There's like 4 cities. Yeah. Named the Icelandic Person of the Year. In February 2023, despite being on a do not fire list. Oh my God! That's why HR couldn't confirm. HR had access to the do not fire list, but somebody above them fired him anyway, and they didn't want to comment on it because they weren't given clarification. HR was staring at a big fucking red name in giant 72-point font. Do not fire this guy. He is a landmine. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Following an interaction with Elon Musk on Twitter in March 2023, where Musk trolled him, Haraldo received confirmation from Twitter's Human Resource Department that his employment actually had been terminated. Following Musk's tweet where he alleged Haraldo did no real work at all, Haraldo received a series of tweets over his medical condition while subtly mocking his former boss. Musk later apologized for his misunderstanding of his situation. I wish this website wouldn't do the alt text, like, anytime you have your mouse over something. That's pretty dumb. As per a buyout clause included in the contract of Yono's acquisition, however, in the event Twitter parts ways with Thor Leifson, holy shit, Vinland Saga-ass name, that not-so-little bluebird on the hook for the aforementioned sum. Yeah. 100 mil. We must appreciate little wins like this. Yeah. Uh-oh, Vosh, turns out the wheelchair is made of babies. Yeah, guys, we went through the entire Wikipedia page and we didn't see anything negative. That's pretty nice. Oh, I guess we'll finish this off by looking at Reykjavik and how beautiful it is. You know? Because it's the one city in Iceland. So I figure we should look at how beautiful it is. So here's it. You might notice that it's gorgeous because it looks like an alpine European village nestled up against some mountainous glaciers. Here's the same view more during the daytime, which, as you can see, is also really pretty. And then they have water there. That's really cool. Oh yeah, sometimes their sky goes Joker mode because of the Northern Lights. And it turns out that if you want to see the Northern Lights, this is like the place to see it because the magnetic bands that drive the Aurora Borealis are just going absolutely hog wild over Iceland. You know, it's pretty cool. Seriously, a lot of these images just look like fantasy, like it's like fairy tale stuff, you know? Like places shouldn't be that beautiful. They have active volcanoes, which also means that their underground magma activity gives them hot springs, you know? It's just like in the Japanese video games where you're climbing the mountain and there are bad guys, but then you can chill in the hot springs. It's like that. This is cool. I don't even know what the fuck's going on over here, man. It's cool though. Reykjavik, of course, is a relatively small town because it has like 200,000 people and it's the capital. Also, Reykjavik is gay. Sorry. Gay. There we go. And the sun is up all the time over there. Yeah, yeah, here we go. Here's a sun graph for Reykjavik. So right here, so starting in May and ending in August, there's just no end to the sun. Yeah, sun? Yes. But it's not positioned so that there's ever an eternal night. Even in the darkest part of winter, they still get like, yeah, they still get like 6 hours of daylight. That's pretty cool. Do you think they have a lot of orgies there? Oh, they probably have a ton of orgies. For sure, for sure, for sure. Oh, yeah. I have seen them bake bread with lava. Wait, what? Well, I kind of want to see that. There are tons of hot springs around Seattle. Well, we have Mount Rainier nearby. It's like a huge dead volcano. They have an app so you don't marry someone too closely related. Really? Ah, that makes sense, because Iceland's so small that, like, it wouldn't be that difficult for a bunch of people to just accidentally marry their, like, third cousins, you know? That's kind of funny. How, like, everyone is everyone else's 200th cousin, right? Or, like, 100th cousin? How far is it before it's acceptable? I'm asking unironically because literally, if you go back like 20 steps cousins wise, you're related to like everyone practically. So obviously, there's a level where it has to be acceptable. Would it be like third or fifth cousin or something? I don't know. Third feels too close. I think fourth or fifth has to be it because past fourth or fifth, like you have no connection basically genetically or like socially. I don't know. Fifth is for full genetic diversity, I think. Yeah, it makes sense. Can you explain the difference? Like, what does second or third mean? Okay. I could be. So, your cousin is the child of one of your uncles or aunts. So, a second cousin would be a grandchild of one of your great uncles or great aunts. So, that would be a brother or a sister of one of your grandparents had a marriage or had a kid, and then that kid found someone and had a kid, and then that would be your second cousin. And that's already pretty distant. And then a third, so yeah, so a third cousin would be your great grandparent had a brother, that brother married, had a kid, that kid married, had a kid, and then that kid married and had a kid. That's your third cut. So once you've done that 4 steps removed, genetically, there's like a huge, like, yeah, okay. Like 4 or 5 seems right, probably. The cousin chart. Ah, yes, of course. They teach this to you in Iceland, in 2nd grade. Rainier is actually still active. Where's the go/no-go line? Yeah, I can't help but notice this doesn't include a line saying when it's okay to smash. I will say though, I don't think I've ever even met a second cousin. Like, I've met plenty of my cousins, uncles and aunts. I don't think I've ever met even a second cousin. But I don't hang out with my family that much, like my broader family. Okay, let me read donations. I am so tired, and I have a lot of physical work I have to do today. Lumberjack N, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Not gonna lie, the hotel burger did look bussin'. Sorry, I mean Hotep. Yes, it looked nice. MSDXR, thank you so much for the unbelievably kind, excuse me, 10 gifted tier 2 subs. 10 dark orange names rescued from oblivion. Oblivion being, of course, being a white name. Thank you so much. That was incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate that. Jeff Perfteet and that guy named Rye, thank you for the $5. I know you answered my burger question earlier, but what's the sauce you have on the burger? For me personally, the best burger, so I don't eat vegetables in my burger. For me personally, the best burger has only 2 accompaniments, in addition to the patty and the cheese. Bacon jam, which is way better than bacon on a burger, and some kind of aioli, you know? Especially if you have bacon jam, you need something fatty to kind of cut the, what the fuck is a bacon jam? You never had bacon jam? Maybe it's called a different thing to you. Bacon jam is literally just ground up bacon. There's nothing fancy about it. Like, it's literally just you take bacon and you kind of like, sometimes you caramelize it a little bit so it has more of a sweetness to it. It's really good. Pepe P? What do you... Who would throw up at bacon? It's bacon bits. It's literally just like a little bit goopier bacon bits. Bacon bits are really dry, like it's powdery, but this is more of a like a jam. What is wrong with you people? You nasty What? I trust you, but it looks scary. What? Guys, you're insane. You people. Look at, okay, maybe we have like Muslims in chat and that's your thing if it is. Okay, this, put it in a blender. This. Bacon bits are like super processed and dehydrated, so there's no like adhesion to them or cohesion to them. They're just like powder. This, they're the same. You can add a bit of brown sugar or honey, which they often do, which is nice. Have you never had anything with like brown sugar and bacon? Have you never had a breakfast at a restaurant? They're both gross. Holy shit, you people are fucking dumb. This is the non-Americans in chat. I thought that doing this at 9:51 p.m. PT would be enough to get the Europeans off my fucking chat, but holy shit. Vosh is getting one guide. It's more than one guy in chat who has an issue with fucking bacon jam. Okay, guys, it's really good. The reason I prefer bacon jam is because when you bite bacon in a burger, oftentimes you kind of like pull the bacon strip out when you pull back your mouth, and that's kind of dumb. So you grind it up, and then it doesn't do that, you know? Why can't you just use bacon? I just told you why. Do you make it yourself? I go to a restaurant. Okay. Bite harder. Sometimes there are strands of fat. It's and you have to like wiggle it out. It's fine. It's just bacon jam. What's wrong with it? Vosh, what's the second ingredient for burgers? An aioli, which you can make a bunch of. Personally, I like aiolis with a heavy citrus base. Some garlic and some lime juice usually. They haven't had aioli either, have they? There, that's garlic aioli. It's literally like... Mayonnaise, lemon juice, garlic, salt, black pepper. It's literally just like modified mayonnaise. It's a fat-based condiment. This is nice though. Yeah, it's nice. Vosh, do you like blue cheese? Yeah, but if I was going with a blue cheeseburger, I wouldn't use these ingredients. There's too much textural variety. If I was going with blue cheese, I wouldn't go with bacon jam. I could still go with aioli, but having blue cheese and bacon jam would turn the top of the burger into just like a chunky homogenate. You know, with bacon jam, I want to have like a nice slice of cheddar or maybe like pepper jack. I like pepper jack a lot. Oh yeah, too salty as well. There's already so much power in the flavor of the blue cheese. You don't want that fighting with the bacon jam. If I was going to go with a blue cheeseburger, I think a good blue cheeseburger honestly just has like a blue cheese and a sauce. Yeah, I don't know what else I need in that. Blue cheese is strong enough on its own. But you want sauce. I mean, it's always good to have sauce. What about mushrooms? I don't like mushrooms. You guys are sleeping on blue cheese, man. You guys are fucking weak. You're weak. You look at these beautiful hollowed out mold caverns and you're thinking, wow, that's disgusting. And I'm thinking, god damn, that is some, spicy meatball. So good. Blue cheese slaps hard. Yeah, it's really good. Inject that shit. Oh yeah, I'd eat blue cheese like every day if I could. It'll kill you though. It is cheese. And just break it up. So nice convenient chunks. How do you not like mushrooms? I'm autistic. There's lots of food I don't eat. Do people actually eat moldy cheese? Yes, you're looking at it. Soulball, thank you for the $5. Yes, you're right. I have to be harder on linkers. Speaking of, Woman Respecker, thank you for the $10. Click this link. It's a video. See? Linker. But it's okay, because it says you're stupid. Because it was an Imager link. That's true. Jeff Petit, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Still alive with the $10. Chenk from TYT thinks DeSantis pretty much lost already, thanks to him having pro-Trump people kicked out of his rallies. Farron's cousins who live in Florida also think he can't win. Do you disagree with them? Right now, momentum is heavily... Well, not momentum. Trump is the incumbent, after all. Trump has a lot more weight and a lot more support going in. The institution of the GOP prefers DeSantis, but the people of the GOP do prefer Trump. And it will really depend on how effectively the GOP as a political machine will be able to move their voter base towards DeSantis. The problem is that DeSantis is, like, really boring. Trump does have personality. DeSantis doesn't, you know, so that's kind of a hard sell. HTTP Lovecraft, thank you for the $10. Talking about Southern Baptist churches and being raised by Marines. Wish I'd started watching stream earlier. Thanks for the thumbs up emoji, etc. Yeah, true. Well, happy to have you here now. Kawaii Edgelord, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for saying I have good media takes. I really appreciate that. Happy to have you here. Vaughn takes the $5. I get the feeling DeSantis would be more effective at bringing down the full force of the state, while Trump would be the best at encouraging vigilante violence. I think you could fairly characterize those as being like leader specialty powers for the two of them. You know, advance wars, full force, super moves. Charlotte96, thanks to the gifted tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Panic Stasis with the tier 4 sub. Have you ever played Final Fantasy Tactics? It holds up well even today. I've been replaying it. No. I don't like... Isn't that like an Advance Wars kind of game? Like a strategy such and such? No, I tend not to like this type of game. I like Advance Wars because its aesthetic is pristine, but I'm not generally for this kind of stuff. I do know the one good quote from it where it's like, if the penalty for a crime is a fine, it is a crime only for the lower class. That's pretty good. V Raptor, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. We'll do a mini golf stream one day. Dick Thulu with the $10. Best burger I've ever had is blue cheese, bacon, bourbon, grilled onions, and a blueberry balsamic sauce. Heaven. That does sound really good. Yeah, I only like onions if they're grilled enough to make them like caramelized, but you know, they probably are. That sounds really good. And Sake with the 5 gifted tier 2 subs. Thank you. Can we just take an OK Buddy Mark break during Bummer streams and look at his last 20 streets? I will never look at OK Buddy Mark. I am absolutely not dedicating time to a meme subreddit, which is a collage of my father's W's. All right, your newfound, he's been on Twitter for years now. Okay, your newfound obsession with him will not be reflected in my behavior. You're doing that for your own enjoyment. He is having fun out there, though. I saw this one on my subreddit. When 99% of their content comes from trans folks themselves, really hard to feel bad. Maybe if they didn't shove it down everyone's throats every 30 seconds, the rhetoric would stop itself. From my dad, why are you fantasizing about people shoving things down your throat? Which is exactly the kind of response that I would give. You can tell where I get it from. Comrade with the $5. Would you like to check out Eddie Burback's video on Ghost Kitchens? It's a good watch. He'd have good commentary. No. That's just content stealing. Also, you just gave me a link to youtube.com. I'm afraid that doesn't link to any specific video. No, I don't normally go over stuff like that. All right, guys. I apologize for the low energy stream. I am tired, though not for lack of sleep this time, just actually for doing things, which is a better reason to be tired. And we have a debate tomorrow, I think. So hopefully that goes well. Debate, historian. I think that our stream begins tomorrow at 2 p.m. PT, which is later than it normally does. That's not really morning, that's the afternoon. So I will see you guys very, very soon. I love you all. You're beautiful people. I'm going to send you guys over to the one, the only... Canoe, of course. How could there ever be any doubt? I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, and don't despair too much, all right?